Hey, YouTube. I was waiting to see if anybody came on before I start. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up in the chat on YouTube. And then I'll start in a few minutes. I was just looking at ESPN, reading about J.R. Smith, who played for the Cleveland Cavaliers. At least that's what I know him to play. He went back to college after retiring from the NBA to North Carolina A&T, which is a historically black college. So after all these years, he finally, he decided to go to college after he finished playing in the NBA. So he's speaking about his journeys. Now, this is first semester, and then he's playing on the North Carolina A&T golf team. So he's on the golf team. So of course he's not going to be a professional golf player. But that took a process. But I read, they said will he be eligible as a player to be playing college golf as an amateur if you were a professional with basketball. But I guess the NCAA determined that he's eligible to play because that's a whole different sport. So. But that's interesting. That's commendable for him to going back to school and then going back to a historically black college at that. Sometimes I wanted to go to a historically black college. When I graduated from high school, my whole dream was to go to Howard. And then I could have easily have gone to Spelman College, but after I transferred to college in New York, and then I got accepted to Richmond, Virginia Commonwealth in Richmond, Virginia, and I got accepted to my state of University of South Carolina. And I think it was because I didn't want to move to a state by myself or whatever. But if I had to go back again and choose again, I would have went to Howard. Or better yet, I probably would have gone to the military, and then if I wanted to go to college, I would have done it. But, oh well. It's never too late to go back to school if you wanted to go back to school. But one thing I wish a lot of these historically black colleges were to do was to offer. I mean, a lot of them you could go online. Some have online programs you could go and do. But one thing I wish a lot of these historically black colleges would offer courses for like working adults and people who necessarily don't want to get a degree, but let's get some advanced classes that they could take. Like say if you go to Georgia Tech, UGA or Kennesaw, they have programs where continuing education, where you could go to these colleges and take continuing education classes. And they have different programs that last for a few months where you could, enrich your skills. I wish a lot of these historically black colleges start offering those type of programs, not necessarily going back to school, to get a degree. Now, if you want to go back to get your degree, that's fine. But particularly in historically black college, I think it will keep more of the legacy going on. You don't necessarily have to be, get a degree, but to attend a historically black college and they offer those type of programs, life learning skills, sets like someone wants to learn something, you don't have to go back to get a degree. Now, when you think about it, when I was looking at the history of a lot of these historically black colleges and universities, when they were established, they weren't established or developed to be a university or college. They were developed like trade, teaching former slaves skills like carpentry. Some were teaching, but a lot of them were um, trade schools. Basic learning, teaching them how to read, um, learning to be carpentry and those type of things. Like if you look at Tuskegee University, they weren't colleges where they were matriculated to become a university or college. Those were schools that was learning, teaching former slaves how to go into the workforce and working in industrial skills at the time. Carpentry, masonry work. Um, what was it? It was those type. It was those type of skills that a lot of historically black colleges, when they first established and first was founded, those were the type of skills they learned. And then, as decades and centuries, went by, then they started um, becoming like a college in terms of like, teaching medicine and things of that nature. So that's all I got to say about that. I didn't want to talk about HBCUs. I was just saying I was reading on ESPN about J.R. Smith's college experience that he wrote about, and he said he was struggling the first week, even though he's learning online for the first semester, which is English, taking an English class, and how he was having a lot of difficulties in just basic reading, not reading, but writing written composition. But that could be a struggle for a lot of people, especially coming out of high school, or coming out of a lot of these high schools, particularly for students who may not have done well in high school, and they when it's time to write English papers, they're like getting F's because they didn't really, either one, they didn't pay attention when they was in high school, or two, they didn't really write as much. Everybody want to write an emoji, but when it comes to writing papers, you'd be surprised when you take a math test and writing test, and they evaluate you on a college level of your writing skills. It may not always be up to par. You be thinking in high school you could write, you could write these little papers and stuff, and you may get away with that in high school. But when you go to college, you'll be surprised how much um, where you really stand. Especially if you didn't go, especially if you went to one of these inner high schools like I did. I did well in high school, but I can assure you, when it was time to take an assessment where you stood in terms of math, speech, and writing, you'll be like, oh, you need to take remedial math and remedial speech or remedial English to kind of bring you up to par. So I think that's what he should have been in. He should have been in one of those remedial English classes, and probably speech and everything else, before he went to taking English 101. But it's good that he went back to school. A lot of these former athletes, and he didn't go to college. He went straight out of high school and went right on to the NBA. And it took him a minute to kind of rise up to the position, but he wasn't one of those superstar high school players that came out of high school when he came out. You know, so that's interesting. All right, who's two people in here? All right, I'm back. Let me show y'all the article that I'm reading because it's quite interesting. It's not so much about him. It was just so much things that he said he learned. They said Creole was offensive term to call someone like in Louisiana. So let me show y'all real quick what I'm talking about. I'm gonna read it while I'm waiting for people to come on. Then I'll start my little topic. Okay, y'all see this? This was I was reading. And it is so interesting. Let me see. Let me blow this up because I want to finish reading this while I wait for some more people to come on. Yeah. Smith, after less than a month at North Carolina A&T, he says enrolling in college literally might be the greatest purchase I've made, and that coming from the man who was once spotted driving an armored car that appeared in a Fast and Furious movie. But he said it's still early. Smith has already been looking to further his education even more. Oh, let me see. Where is it? Dr. Earl Joseph Smith III has a dope ring to it, he tweeted last week. And hell of a long way to go, but not impossible, one day at a time. Go for yours. Dr. Earl Joseph Smith. Now you know that's his real name, Earl Joseph Smith III. That's his real name. Well, good for you. Let me see, how old is he? Uh-oh. There, you can go. No roll of dice, no counting right. Well, for those who's interested in reading it, I know Erica, you interested in that because you love sports and football. But he didn't play football; he played basketball. But I think you appreciate it. He said he would not be joining no Greek letter organization. And after what he just wrote too, I doubt that he would join any of those. I doubt he would join any of those frat. I know one thing. When they found out he was going to be on that campus and was matriculating as a student, I'm quite sure all those alphas, omegas, phi beta sigma, and all those other fraternities, they probably were like rubbing their hands to get to him. They ain't gonna do it in your first year or first semester, but I'm quite sure if he was on campus, they'd be trying to approach who they interested in. That's what they do, you know. I know when I went to college initially, I didn't pledge. I mean, I wanted to pledge, but I was asked, they come up to you, it was two of them in particular, and um, they'll come and they kind of I ain't gonna say they already pre-pick people or hand select, but they'll open up a process like, where people could interest, they'll go to a meeting, but they pretty much have an idea of who they would like to be part of. They're not gonna be obvious about it. At least I know the one I was interested in. But I had two opportunities to pledge. I didn't go through the whole process, but I just didn't pursue it. But I could assure you, if I had turned in my paperwork and things like that, and went to the interview, I would have pledged. Trust and believe. The first time I wanted to pledge, I had one of my transcripts. One of the grades was incomplete, so I couldn't do it. I was so upset. And then of course circumstances happened during that time, and then I end up transferring and went to a different school. And then when I went to South Carolina, again, I went through the process, and I don't know. I just kind of chickened out at the last minute when it was time to do it. But if I had to do it again, I would do it. I mean, I could still do it. I'll do a grad chapter, but it's so hard to get into a grad chapter unless you kind of attend public events. That's whatever the grad chapter is doing in the area you live, and then they do by invitation, but you never know when they have their intake process. So it's different from an undergrad and grad for sure. So it's never too late. And I think before I leave this earth, one way or the other, I will be pledging, or not pledging, because it's not pledging anymore. They call it the intake process. So, but that's a whole new story altogether. Hey, 3 people, come on, say hi for the algorithm. Say hello. Come on in the room. I ain't trying to stay on long because, this time I'm using StreamYard. And, I only get so many hours. So I think my thing started over on the 14th, which was 2 days ago. So I find that if I'm on YouTube live, it seems more people come on. StreamYard don't seem to be as much. I'm going to put the link if y'all want to come on. So anyway, let me start. I don't know if y'all ain't getting no alerts that I'm live, or maybe the title that I put in about putting certain words, backlash of vaccine, and ways to save money while grocery shopping. Now, in the link in the description, I do have several different referral links, and one is points, where you could accumulate points with Shopkick. You just go into the store. So sometimes you have the app open, and then you'll get points, and you earn points so you can purchase gift cards. And there are other several links with Observa, where you could actually make extra income. But just check out the referral links. It's various different ones that I got in there. And some you could scan receipts. Like I literally got some receipts I need to scan in so I could earn these gift cards, major gift cards, Amazon, wherever, most major shopping places. And all it is simply scanning your receipts, and you can get free gift cards. So that's a way of getting extra money or points to get gift cards, because with the holidays coming up, and if you go to a store and say you shop at Marshall's or You want to buy some shoes, you could just, rather than spending your own money, you could just accumulate points and go to your store, favorite store. You know, they got Target gift cards, Walmart gift, Amazon gift cards, um, you name them. A lot of food places. You could, restaurants and stuff. So rather than if you go out and about and say you had like a $50 gift card, and you want to go to say AMC movie theater, you could, go to the movies and buy tickets and stuff. Some of them I even, when I really started looking at them, some got airline points too. I haven't really looked through a whole lot of the merchants because I try to accumulate the points, and that's how I get some gift cards. So just look at the description box, click on the referral links, or copy and paste it, and you could sign up. It's free, ain't no charge, and it's all a mixture of different descriptions on there. So anyway, I know I said I was not going to talk about this vaccine situation anymore because it's going to make me mad. It's going to make me upset when people talking about they're not going to take the vaccine. They don't want nothing in their body, blah, blah, blah. And they, all these dumb reasons that people are making up to not take it. I'm done. I'm done. All this resistance of not taking it, like I was talking to Erica today, I was surprised it was so many people that was so resistant, not just white folks, but black folks, that was so resistant on taking the vaccine. And the reasoning just don't make any sense. Just don't make no sense. Black folks in particular we should be more careful about things like that. It's harder for us to even find a job, higher unemployment rate than anybody else, even though there's a lot of places hiring, but for black folks, unemployment rate is so high. And then to make matters worse, you give them more excuse not to hire you. You give people more reasons to not even hire you. Because let me tell you, these companies, they're not going to keep, it's only so much they're going to do. They'll find a reason to not hire you. Now, especially if it's one of those federal jobs, government jobs, because I already told you that federal is with the mandate, they require federal employees to be vaccinated, or you get tested every week. And if you're federal, trying to get any of these federal contracts, you got to have to be vaccinated to work with the federal. Now, whatever they do on the state level, they not even trying to pull the trigger about mandating it, because people's like, oh, it's a choice, and people suing companies, not necessarily suing companies, because they can let you go for whatever reason. Especially if it's a right to work state. They don't even have to tell you, oh, we firing you because you ain't taking the vaccine. They don't even have to say that. They could just say, boop, nope, you fired. Because let me tell you, once this unemployment, it's only been not even a month since unemployment, they had stopped unemployment, and they stopped these benefits with that extra $300 and the state unemployment. It's not even a month yet. It's only a halfway through the month. They just stopped it beginning of the month. It's the 16th. So you wait until a good couple months has passed. Because even though there's so many job openings, so many positions openings across the United States, that's hospitality, restaurant, even teachers. They need bus drivers. All these different industries, even the great resignation or whatever they're calling it. A lot of people are just resigning, because they just saying, you know what, they're not enjoying their job and they're resigning. And these are not low end jobs either. These are jobs that people were making great money. And they say, you know what, I want to pursue my goal. I want to pursue my dream. I want to do whatever. And they pursue other things. But see, people who have these high end level jobs, or whatever the case may be, and they decide they want to travel. See, they already got money. People who said they want to go ahead and take a break, they could contract. When a lot of people say, "Oh, it's the Great Resignation," and they may leave the job that they have, but they know they have the certain skill that they could turn around and make money on the side, doing subcontract work, be it independent contractors, especially if you're in IT, technical, you have a skill that's in demand. You don't necessarily have to, you can quit. See, a lot of these people behind the stories about, oh, they leaving their jobs. They probably make six figures. They say, oh, I'm leaving this job because they don't feel appreciated or whatever the reason. They know that if they put their resume right up there on LinkedIn, they could get snatched up the next day. We need you, and they could negotiate their salaries. They could negotiate, I want to work from home, or I want to work so many hours. See, they could negotiate when you have a high level skill that's in demand. And then some of these people probably was making some very good money and saved their money, they probably did a whole lot of things where they was like, you know what, I don't need to work for a year, a couple years. Some people probably have years of savings and had a high skilled job, and they could be a contractor and work and do different projects and say, okay, well, I'll just do different projects and get paid very comfortably and still be able to have a work life balance. You working at McDonald's and fast food making $10 an hour, or working customer service making $12, $13 an hour. You ain't got that option about, oh, I'm a quit. I'm gonna be the big resignation and just leave, and that's it. But those low end jobs, they not, yeah, you could probably go to any restaurant and just say, okay, you know what, you can leave one restaurant to go to the next one, but you're just going from the same grind, the same low paying job. You could leave one $12 an hour job to go to somewhere else, and you may get 13. You may get 14 an hour, or you may be lucky and get 15, and you'll be a manager. You don't get paid that much as a manager at these fast food places or Chipotle. To be despite what you may have read, Chipotle talking about they're gonna start paying people six figures. Man, they been lying. The only way you get six figures working at Chipotle is you were like a district manager and you managing several stores, and you move up in the ranks to be a district manager or area manager, which involves a whole lot of work. It ain't. But a regular person working behind a Chick-fil-A, do you want beans or rice with this order? You ain't getting no six figures doing that, work behind no counter and no Chipotle. You ain't getting no six figures doing that. Even if he was a manager at Chick-fil-A, if he was a manager at Chipotle, for instance, you may get $15 an hour, but you ain't making no six figures. Not on that level. They're not really telling people what's involved in that. They just making up stuff just to be on CNN and on the news to say that, And then some of these restaurants and stuff, they have a sign-on bonus, $500 sign-on bonus, $200 sign-on bonus. And if they're really desperate, $1,000 sign on bonus, but the sign on bonus requires you have to work there for 6 months before you could get it. They want you at least work there for 6 months, 3 months. And speaking of bonus, I'm gonna call early and I'm gonna call in the morning, and hopefully I get to speak to someone in higher up about my bonus at Amazon, because I'm supposed to be going back to work Saturday night. So, but maybe I see it on this check because we get paid on Friday. So maybe when I open up my account and see if they was direct deposit, but we'll see. I'll see in 30. I'll see within the next couple of hours. What's tomorrow? Friday. So I'll see if they done it. If I see direct deposit for Amazon, then I know. But we'll see. But anyway, but all this backlash of the vaccine, people are just being dumb. Point blank, period. No question about it. Waiting to see what's going to happen. Waiting to see more research. I need to do more research. Me and Erica started laughing today about when she was talking about that. People talking about they need to do more research. Dumbass. Research on what? What are you researching? If you want to research, you go to cdc.gov and you could ask, and you could go and look at and read all the questions or what they researching on. I wonder when people say stuff like that, I'm like, where are you going to research at? Tell me, what are you looking? Where are you going to research? Bet you they probably didn't even go to the CDC website to research. They probably don't even know what CDC means. This is oof. I don't know. I don't get it. All I know is this. We as Black folks as a whole already have problems getting higher paying jobs and getting hired and trying to make our way to the table in certain industries and companies. But don't make it worse and give a reason to be fired. But they could fire. Hey, D nuts, they'll give you a reason. You have a good reason, and don't give people more reasons than they need to be. Because let me tell you, the longer you wait, the worse it's going to get. Let me tell you. Because after a while, when these jobs when they start to be freezing up, a lot of these, right now, unemployment stopped just only half a month ago. It's just the beginning with these half of jobs, with these benefits expiring. It's only been 2 weeks. 2 weeks and 2 days. It's only the beginning of September. It's the middle of September. And all those benefits of unemployment and stuff just stopped. Not even a month. Give it, let me see, September, October. Give it when October comes, the last quarter of the year. Because you know how people say that most jobs and companies hire at the beginning of the year or maybe the last quarter. They start hiring. When people realize they weren't getting that benefits and that unemployment, and it's time to look for a job, and it start getting harder to get it, and start harder to get employment. You better get it when you start seeing all these jobs not hiring. We need people, whatever the job is, you have to start looking, and don't be thinking you could rely on these gig jobs. Today I tell you about Vivo. I got up this morning and I clicked on routes available, and they had 3 routes available, and it was like 9:20. No, it was 8:15 or so, and then it had 3-hour routes, and it was like $66, and it was 3.5 hours, and I didn't choose any. because they said that you choose the night before. So when I saw it had these routes available, I didn't do it. So I said, I'll wait. I'll wait and see. But when I checked tonight, I didn't see no routes available. So you know, and it said you had to do I think 20 something stops. It was like two was in Brookhaven, one was in Canton that paid a little bit higher. It was like $78. And I said, that's kind of far. Canton? And I was like, no, I ain't doing that one. But I should have chose Brookhaven because where it was the warehouse and where Brookhaven was, I said, you know what? I should have picked one. But then I didn't understand because it said to be at that warehouse at 9:20. It was already 8 something. So I said, well, no. Does that mean I have to be there before a certain time? Before 9:20? Because it was like 9:20 until 2:30 or something. So it was kind of confusing. It's like, do you mean you want them to finish by that time? So, but like I said, I just got approved yesterday with the background check. So I got plenty of time to choose in the future if I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it every day because I'm not, one, you have to see if they have anything available. And Roadie is another one that I've done in the past. So Roadie and this other app I was talking about, and Amazon Prime. I can't do Amazon Prime because I work for Amazon. But Amazon, you don't know where if you do Amazon Prime picking up packages or groceries, you don't know where you're going until you get there and you get the cart and then you scan those packages. Then when it downloads the itinerary, then you know where you're going. So Amazon Prime, they could pay $76 to do a route that may last 3 hours, depending on how many packages you have. So, but that's not something you can make on a regular basis either. But I think these gig work apps, the food delivery apps, Uber Eats and Grubhub. I don't know. I haven't seen too many people did YouTube videos about it, but you can't make that your income. I mean, you can make it a supplemental income, but in terms of like working a regular job and doing some of these gig works on the side, whether it be merchandising, what I'll be doing, and I haven't done no merchandising assignments this week. So I got some Saturday, I got some Sunday, which I'm going to get about $100. And, I may see what they got anything tomorrow on Friday. I'll do a couple hours. I'll do a couple of hours tomorrow, depending on if I decide to do those packages. If they have some, I'm going to check before I go to bed. But in terms of making gig work, whether it be deliveries, your sole source of income, nah. Because by the time you factor in, especially deliveries, a lot of money you got to spend on gas and the amount of gas you got to spend, and the gas prices ain't that cheap. It's still pretty high. It's not like it was $2.03 a gallon or $1.90 something. It's like $2.99, $2.89. And if you're doing a lot of driving, you spending a lot of your income that you make, you got to factor in the gas. So, oh, you seen it? I'd had some other videos, Sally, with the DeKalb Farmers Market, but I ran out of space, so I couldn't do the videos of the other parts of the DeKalb Farmers Market. Did you like it? I ain't no fancy with editing, so don't look at fancy editing from me when it comes to making videos. I'm gonna do I need to clear up a lot of my space on my dang iPhone. because I can't do more videos, make videos. They said I got too much and I had to clear out some space and I had to delete some of the apps that I had, especially the ones that I wasn't too much opening up later. Yeah, I didn't make my salmon today, but I did buy the broccoli. I spent 78 $76 and some change at the farmer's market. I told Erica and I was like, I know she got mad at me at one point because I was talking about the chicken, the rotisserie chicken. I bought it was $9.99. It was good though, and I waited until they finished cooking that rotisserie chicken, and it was so good. I had just got me. I ate that for dinner, and I had ate me and I got me banana bread. It has no dairy in it, and that was good. They make everything from scratch at the farmers market, and that's what I wanted to show y'all. Some of the highlights at the farmers market. So, and I did buy my turkey wings. I bought almost 7 pounds. It was 7 pounds today because a dollar. It was $1.99. Was it $1.99 a pound? It was $1.89 a pound, something like that. I know it was. It wasn't two something a pound. I know. I want to. Yeah, it was $1.99 a pound. Now that went up because I don't remember. It used to be. I want to say it used to be $1.29 a pound, but it was like $1.99 a pound. So I bought 8 turkey wings, and they don't cut them no more. I used to tell them to cut them from the joint, and like the flat and the drumstick part. I always say to cut it. They don't cut them no more. So I had got that, and then I got that was $15 and 30 something cents. So, and then I bought me a quiche. They make everything. It was good though. So I bought some quiche. I could eat that later on for dinner today or tomorrow. And it was like $5.99, but it was 20% off. So I bought the one 20% off. It was like a Italian chicken quiche. And I said by the time I try to make a quiche and get the chicken and the all the ingredients, I said I could have bought, it was a small one. It wasn't a big one. So I did buy the broccoli. I didn't eat it because by the time I got home, that chicken was calling my name, and I was eating some of the chicken. And I had ate me some banana bread. And at that point, I was stuffed. I didn't even steam the broccoli. I said, I have to eat y'all tomorrow. Steam me some broccoli. But that chicken was good. And they make all that from scratch. And it's not yeah, it was. See, the difference between the farmers market that I showed, the Cab Farmers Market and the Van Dam, the other one, it's basically has the same concept, open vegetables, real fresh. So price wise, let me think. I don't know. I don't know if Van Dam would be cheaper than the Cab Farmers Market. I think it's pretty much the same almost. I don't know. I can't tell the difference. But it's both fresh. But I just, but the Cab Farmers Market, they pretty much got a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables and stuff. I think Van Dam may be a little bit cheaper when it comes to certain things. And I bought a lot of spices. I bought spices too, so it was a little bit. I was like, dang, even the spices went up in price. So I try to find like less than $1 spices because I don't need to buy the big container of spices. So pepper, of course, is expensive. I don't understand. Pepper always been expensive. $3 and some change. And I don't know why pepper's so expensive. But it's fresh. Even the spices. So I bought me a bunch of spices. Turkey wings, the chicken, that was $10. Um, I bought the purple muscadine grapes. That was I didn't buy the green ones, but the one it was $2.99. I bought me some chicken sausage that they make fresh. I bought a pound of that. That was $4.99. I know everything's so expensive. I walked at that farmer's market. I was like, "Oh, God dang! I know I must have spent at least $20 more than I would have if I bought because I buy pretty much the same stuff. When I go to Cal Farmers Market, I pretty much buy the same thing. Banana bread. Even if I didn't buy that chicken for $10, 68. Let me see. I think it was at least $20 higher in regards to the stuff that I've spent. Because I don't remember it being $4.99 for chicken sausages. I remember that being a little bit more. I remember that being a little bit cheaper. I just don't remember what it used to cost. But I don't think it used to be $4.99 a pound. It might have been like, I don't even remember anymore. I sure wish I could have some old receipts or something I could reference what they used to cost. But I don't remember it being no $4.99. Hey, Colas, what? Oh, that's the farmers market I always go to. That was my go-to farm, and I don't go to the farmers market too often. At the Cat Farmers Market, I try to go a certain time of the not certain time of the year. I don't go weekly, that's for sure. I may go every couple of months or every few months, but it's been a minute since I've been there. So that $76 that I spent today, I'm trying to. I know those prices went up. I know those spices and stuff went up, but I could assure you, they did. They had everything, and I didn't even buy I didn't even buy no snacks, meaning that they didn't have no days to make their cookies and stuff from scratch, the oatmeal raisin cookies and the cranberry um oatmeal cookies. They ain't had none of that. I was gonna show the rest of the video. It would have shown some empty. I would have shown some empty shelves. Hey, Steve Beard, you a new name. Welcome to this channel. I never seen your name before. If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. There's food shortages in Atlanta. Don't let it fool you. I just didn't show. See, I don't shop at Walmart. Everybody been showing these videos on YouTube about food shortages. Everybody went to Walmart. Everybody, I was like, what's up with the videos going to Walmart? Then after that, then they started venturing out, going to Target. Talking about Target got shortages. And see, I don't understand why people go to Target to show groceries, because Target don't even have, unless you go to a super Target. It actually says super Target. Unless you go to one of the newer Targets, the huge super Targets that got the groceries and the clothes and stuff together, that has a bigger grocery section. Walmart and Target, I don't know why people keep telling me, well, the one I go to is pretty big. No, because I don't think you really pay attention in terms of the size of the food section. They just say that because I said it's not big. People always want to be contrary to me. Well, the one I go to is big. No, you ain't noticed that until somebody else bring it up. And then you're trying to dismiss what I'm saying. Because people they just go to Walmart I don't know why. I don't too much care for Walmart anymore. But when it comes to groceries, I don't like Walmart because I find that Aldi's and Publix and Kroger's is suffice when it comes to buying groceries. I don't go to Walmart. I just don't like Walmart when it comes to groceries. And the long lines, ooh, I don't care what time of the day it is. Morning, afternoon, night. Unless you go real late at night, like 10, 11 o'clock, or if Walmart closes at midnight and you go there before they close or right before they close. No, because they be crowded too. I just don't like Walmart. It to me, it's just too expensive. Remember, as a teenager, cruising Pacific Avenue, Modesto, Maldives. I'm quite sure it is. I don't know anything about California, but I'm quite sure it is, Steve. I'm quite sure it is not the same. But it just depends where you go in Atlanta. But they got food shortages. Trust me. When I was doing my merchandising for the milk and survey.com, there were some empty shelves when it came to dairy and meats. So even going to Aldi's, they had, there were certain things they didn't have, like, that was like, this kind of, but it wasn't like empty, like scarce. But I think depending on the area of town you live and where you live and things like that, you'll see something like that. But all the videos I've seen people doing these tours of grocery stores, most of them seem to be at the Walmart. And Walmart is not a big grocery type of chain that they'll get a lot of stuff from. Even when I went to Sam's Club, Sam's is owned by Walmart. And because it's a warehouse type of setting, most of the stuff will go to Sam's Club because you have to have a membership to get in there. You just can't walk into Sam's Club and say, "Let me buy me some groceries." Nope. Unless you got a free pass or something, you may be able to buy things. But even then, there's certain things this may be short of, like chicken. And the prices is off the chain. But I was I was looking at a video. Someone they was based in England. They was talking about how they had issues of food shortages up there in other countries. And they were saying about the turkeys. And he said that Thanksgiving and Christmas is a big thing for turkeys. And he said, oh, in the United States, because they have we have Thanksgiving. How they say that in England they was have shortages on turkeys and they don't celebrate Thanksgiving. They don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but they was talking about how there were shortages right now on birds. When I say birds, I'm talking about turkey, chicken, pheasants, stuff like that. So that's why I went to buy me some little turkey wings today. How is the weather in Atlanta? Just moved back. It ain't that bad. What's the humidity? It's been raining the whole entire summer. It's good. Now they may have had a couple of hot spells during the summer, but it wasn't no 100 degrees, 90 degrees. It was not. I think it may have gotten hot a couple of times during the summer, but pretty much it was raining. I think it rained more so than it did anything. It rained so much that my little seedlings garden thing, some of them must have drowned or whatever, but it's cool now. Somebody insisted on cutting my grass tomorrow. I said, no, the weather says it's going to be thundering and I could cut in the rain. So you could tell he was desperate to cut the grass. I said, no, nope. You come on, you could cut it on Monday. He wanted to cut the grass, and then I was like, and then the thing about it, it did rain, but it didn't continuously rain. But it's supposed to be raining tomorrow, thundering Well, it said 60% of chance of rain, but it said it was going to rain. Okay. Well, I don't know how many inches because I can't, measure it like that. But it rained pretty good. That lake that's near my house, in my subdivision, on the other side of the subdivision, when I drive by there every day and look in the subdivision, I see it was plenty enough rain. I don't know how people could put their boat in there and go fishing. I ain't see no fish. People be trying to be fishing outside of the banks. I said, wait a minute. Even though I ain't paid my homeowner association fees, and I'm behind, that don't mean y'all could be up there all in the fishing. Shoot, I pay for that. People be all up in the thing, and they have signs, no fishing, no trespassing. They still be all up in there, park their car. And I sure do be calling the damn police. Or I'll stop myself, excuse me, but there's no fishing in this lake. They be looking at me like I'm crazy. I live there. Shoot, I'm part owner of that damn property. You live in the HOA, you pay. I pay for that. But that don't mean you need to be over there. I'm paying for it, and you sit here fishing. Yeah, it's so beautiful. I think all states has its beauty. California got beautiful states. Tennessee, every place in the United States. Steve, how you find my stand channel? I'm just curious to know. That's why I would love to travel in a van or SUV in this case, because I don't think I'm gonna buy me a van unless I rent it, and travel across the country. I would love to do that next year. Just go around the different parts of the country, drive from Georgia, go up to Vermont, go across the West Coast, Midwest, Montana. I would love to do that. That is my ultimate goal, is to travel and see all these different parts of the United States. Yeah, I was looking at somebody's video today. They leaving in droves. They just leaving in droves in California. One person, I don't know if you ever watched this person's YouTube video. His name is JB, Jermaine Babe. He always be so, I ain't gonna say negative, but he always doom and gloom. Him and this other old white guy, they be making YouTube videos. They live up in California, and they say, I don't know, this economy is going down the drain. This fake economy, it's gonna be, it's gonna be a crash every day. All these videos, they talk about they're gonna be a crash every day. I was like, you buy silver and gold, man. I was like, after a while, you get to listen to people's YouTube videos, but when your whole topic is the same thing all the time it's doom and gloom, Oh, okay. Let me talk on topic, because I be all up in the dang off topic. So this backlash of vaccines is really going to affect people when it comes to these jobs. See, once these companies get on board, now I ain't talking about the government. I'm talking about like these big companies of over 200 employees or more, and they not paying. Well, I don't know. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Because people don't know how to follow rules. They walk out the house, getting other people sick. That's my issue. That's my whole big issue. So if you don't believe in mandates, then do you think then do you believe they should shut this government down and shut down like they do in Australia and some of these other countries until they could curb the spread? Because to me, if they had really closed the country down, not saying you can't go outside, but really be strict in terms of letting people go out and let that virus thing subdued or die down and not mutate into something else, because it's now supposed to be a move. That little thing they did last year in 2020, they wasn't even shut down. You still see people going to stores, driving around. People are still going into Walmart. People are still going to the grocery stores. People are still going to restaurants. People are still, the only thing is they weren't going to school. That had nothing to do with the 14th Amendment. That ain't got nothing to do with the 14th Amendment. That has nothing to do with that. When this is not just happening in the United States. This is a worldwide pandemic. If you study history and I'm not talking about the swine flu back in 1916. I ain't talking about that swine flu. I'm talking about if you go back in the history when people are getting smallpox and all that kind of stuff, that had nothing to do with the 14th Amendment. So if you believe in that, then do you think if you choose not to get the vaccination, that means that business hospitals, they could choose not to treat you, and you could just simply sign a do not resuscitate. That means you shouldn't go and be in the hospital and be treated and have other people affected. So it got nothing to do. People talk about their rights. That means I have the right to sue someone if I get COVID and I got the vaccine and you come in my space with no mask, and I say, you know what, this person right here, they ain't got no mask, he ain't got vaccinated, I got sick, so I could take you to court. So if you want to talk about rights, what about that? Yes. So if you didn't get vaccinated and you didn't get the shots, that means someone got the right to take every little property you got because they got sick. So people talk about rights, but then when you start speaking on liability, let's speak about that. The Constitution also speaks on that too. That means it also has the amended right about carry arms. So that means that I can walk down the street, and if somebody walk and cough, I have the right to shoot you. I have the right to take out my gun and shoot you because I said, oh, I shot him because I didn't, because he got the virus and he's causing danger to me. So my constitutional right is I got the right to shoot. So let's talk about that. People want to talk about the amendment rights, 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment. There's also the amendment that says you got the right to carry and bear arms too. So when this world gets to a collapse, if there's such a thing, then I got the right, or people who got the right to protect themselves and they can shoot. That's an amendment, right? Yes, less than 100 employees, you could be exempt. But that doesn't, but the point that I'm making is this. Do you have 100 employees? And what company do you work for, Steve Beard? What company is this? You can put it down. What's the name of your company? Because I could assure you, those 100 employees you have, if they could sue you and take everything you got, so you may be exempt from mandate, but that don't mean that these employees got the right to take you to court and say, oh, well, I worked at his facility and I got sick, so you're liable. And what insurance company is going to cover your business for such a thing? What insurance company is going to cover that? See, a lot of people, you need to start thinking out the box. Y'all want to talk about, it's my constitutional right, and I ain't got to wear no mask. Okay, so all right, that's fine. So when people take every little dime you got and run you dry, and sue you, because let me tell you, it's gonna happen. Somebody gonna turn around when it's all said and done, and they're gonna sue. Now you can't sue the federal government on this, but that don't say nothing. It didn't say nothing about when you go to these stores. The first thing you read, we are not liable in Georgia. I don't know about other states, but it says right there on the wall, in the window, you're responsible for anything that happened of cause of death due to COVID virus. You come and get the COVID and you walk in these premises. They already wrote it on the paper on the wall. How is that different? People talk about mandate, and I don't believe in mandate. Okay, but these companies are putting it out there that you walk into the establishment, you get COVID, you're not responsible. They're not responsible. You can't sue them. And that came from the state. But not one person that I read has questioned the law on that. Is that legal? Is that legal? Can somebody put something on the wall and write that? You speak to these 5 children that I read yesterday that has no mother and father because both parents died because they didn't get vaccinated. And now the grandmother has to take care of 5 little children. The grandmother is taking care of 5 orphans. You speak on that. You speak on that. They're exactly right. You go to the hospital and they're not paying the medical bills if you get sick. These people going to the hospital, getting the hospital bed or whatever case may be. See, they didn't get that bill. They didn't get that bill yet because they ain't got the code. But once they generate the health code and the insurance code, and you get that bill in a couple months, you've been in the hospital for 3 weeks, and you get that, you get that $10,000 something bill or more. You mean speak on what? I am speaking on it. And then I put it in, and if you want to go and speak on here, because I'm not about to read all this chat, go right above here and you can join in the chat. Hey, Sally. Because I don't need to speak on it. It don't concern on me. Because see, I got vaccinated. I have insurance. I'm not trying to get sick. I'm not trying to be, come up on nobody. Because one, I don't have nobody walking up on me when I go out. When I do go out and about, I'm not all up in people either. I ain't going in no crowds of people, and I'm not even, in position of on that. People walk around in masks. Trust me, I wore 2 masks today. 2 masks on my face. I didn't realize I had 2 masks on. I'm like, wait a minute, I already put a mask. I had 2 masks on my face when I was walking to the Cat Farmers Market today. I don't give a fuck about no damn NBA player about being exempt. You shrivel up like a damn raisin and die. Don't expect me to be, oh my God, so-and-so passed. I'm gonna be like, what? They passed, and they're gonna say they didn't get the vaccination. I ain't gonna shed no tear. I ain't gonna shed no one damn tear. These NBA players and all that stuff, shoot, who cares? See, people worried about the wrong thing. They said the government said to be mandated. They ain't gonna be mandated. If they decide they're gonna shut down for whatever months, let this thing go crazy, and let them be thousands of people sit up in the emergency room and let it be disaster. People already, nurses and stuff, people already quitting. They ain't gonna resuscitate you. I don't want to hear another story on CNN about people sit up in there. I should have got the vaccination, and you sit up here got children who can't even protect themselves. So don't come to me with that. Fuck you and fuck anybody else who believes some bullshit. I don't believe in men. It's the 5th Amendment. All right, so it's my right to protect myself that somebody come up in my face and I shoot your ass. And I could say, oh, I was protecting my freedom of to carry, and I felt threatened. So I was afraid of getting someone giving me COVID. So they walked up in my property, in my space, and I had to shoot them because I felt threatened. But because I'm a black woman and because I'm black, they ain't gonna, they ain't gonna believe that. Let some white person or Becky or whatever or Karen mention some stupid shit like that. They'll get away with it. But see, I can't do that. I might be light skinned, but I can't get away with that argument. So bump the 14th Amendment. Shoot. When this is a world pandemic, it ain't got nothing to do with the United States Constitution. So please don't come to me about no constitutional law. People always want to be, think they educated and want to mention, don't even know what it means. Give me a break. So don't come to me about no constitution because people don't even understand it themselves. They just throw that up. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Public safety has nothing to do with individual rights. It don't. I don't understand how people could put that in the same sentence. It is a constitutional right. Then it's their right for businesses to kick people off the plane, and if they sell Ray a mask, what are you gonna do? Well, this is my constitutional right. They could. You read the terms and conditions when you go to a flight. They got the right to tell you to dismiss yourself from the airplane cabinet and kick your butt off the plane. So please don't come to me about that. That is not what the Constitution says. No, I don't need to do no research on those. You know what, Steve? Bye. You search me. Thank you for visiting. And you have a good night. You need to do some research about the virus. What about that? So you're in timeout. You don't need to be spoken to no more. I did my research. Because I worked for the CDC when I was working as a contractor answering questions about the vaccine. So you need to do your research on the vaccine, Mr. Steve. Why don't you do that? Rather than you coming to me talking about it's the 14th Amendment and not the thing. No, you need to, and while you at it, study the Constitution and study constitutional law. What about that? Don't come to me. Don't come to me. I'm a very smart black woman and I'm very intelligent on constitutional law. So don't come to me with that. You see Blue True. You see Steve Beard he didn't answer your question. You asked that question 11:59. It's 10 after 12. He didn't answer the question. It's amazing. People want to Google and put in key terms on YouTube, hearing what other people thought, and then kind of come on my channel and be, don't know. You ain't questioning me. Let me question you. You ain't answer the question. Steve Beard, did you get vaccinated? Did you get vaccinated? Because you a guest. You ain't been on here frequently enough for me to curse you out. Don't question me. See, you don't know me. Most people know. You don't question Lady T over no. Well, do you know what the vaccine does for you? Do you know what man, bye. I already went to that little training with the CDC answering questions. People be the main one asking questions. You don't ask me a question. No, you answer that yourself. That's your choice. But don't put that on there on people. Don't be trying to put that on people. If you choose not to get it, that's your business. But you ain't got the right to go out there and you affect other people. You ain't got no right. You don't choose to get vaccinated. That means businesses could, eventually, I'm going to tell you, businesses and companies, you wait till this thing get out of hand. You wait till this thing gets really bad from what it was last year. You wait. And it starts going up to high numbers when they start talking about tens of thousands of people dying every day. It's worse that a lot of people is dying are younger people. Younger people. I don't know how old you are, Steve Beard. I don't know what race you are. It don't make a difference because when I'm starting to find out, black folks and white folks and any other races is just as stupid about this whole argument about they not being vaccinated. All right, fine. Then don't be walking around here in other people's space. Don't be shocked if they say, "Sir, ma'am, you must have a mask when you come into premises," and you talk about you ain't wearing nothing, you want to act like a damn kid and Becky and Cat and be another um Karen. Don't be a Karen, Ken, and Becky and whatever else arguing on YouTube, making people taking a video of yourself and you acting a fool, talking about it's my right. I can walk in. No, you cannot. You cannot walk in anybody's establishment and people tell you to wear a mask and you tell about you ain't wearing one and you walk. And this one dumb bitch. Bitch. I was watching somebody's YouTube video today, Roland Martin. This bitch walking in with a Zorro mask on her face. Had a black Zorro mask and a black cap. Some old white crinkly up woman walking up in the store talking about, and then he's she all up on YouTube, and then he said found out she died today or yesterday because already after midnight. I was like, dumb bitch, good. Now that may sound mean, I don't give a fuck. They had these people on there hooping and hollering about, keep it to yourself. Keep that shit to yourself. That's your opinion. You ain't got no right to be all up on the TV, all up on YouTube, all up on social media, telling people, I don't believe. Okay, fine, don't. But when people come and say, no, don't come, you can't come wear a mask, you arguing, no. They got the right to kick your ass out of the store and tell you to leave. Their little white privilege shit gonna get you damn. I don't know. Maybe you want to meet your maker, the devil, and go to hell quicker. Maybe that's your choice. You want to go meet your maker and go to hell? Go right ahead. Don't expect Teresa to be crying. Oh, look at he fell. Oh, he done. Nope. 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 I know some people, some of the younger people, they don't want to take it, and they're like, no, I'm gonna take it. No, So if you're a parent, sometimes you gotta tell the people, nope. Force them to take it. Even if you got a guy drag them to the dang doctor, let them go ahead, give it to him. Shoot. You gotta put your foot down. You get vaccinated for everything else. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but at this point, I'm blocking you. I don't feel like listening to you no more. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Because you sound like an idiot. And I can't deal with idiots. It's too late in the evening. See, you were going real good when you was asking me about, oh, Georgia's beautiful. Yeah. Then now you start talking crazy. Maybe somebody need to put something on your face and put a block. Let's say about that. Dumbass. People are so fucking dumb. Don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot. Don't come on here and be stupid. Don't be stupid all your damn life. Please don't. Don't be dumb on social media. What if we put a block on your face and shut up. Ignorant dumbass. Use your fucking common sense. You know damn well, what if we put a block on your face? What about just take a knife and cut your fucking tongue out so you can stop talking stupid? What about that? Dumb. Always gotta come across dumb people. Why you always people be trying to bring me there? Make yourself sound stupid. Why did they put a book in your face? Use your fucking common sense and stop talking stupid. Because you sound like an idiot. See, I ain't gonna be one of those people who be like, well, I ain't gonna be soft spoken about nothing. If you sound stupid, you sound stupid. If you say something dumb, I'm gonna tell you you're dumb. And I ain't taking it back either. Dumbass. This ain't got nothing to do with no fucking put a block on your face. These people so fucking dumb. Oof. Maybe you need less population in the world. It's about, oh, this person died because they didn't choose to, that's no. You're being selfish. And if you're a young person and you sit over here and let me wait. You breaking your parents' heart. You breaking your siblings' heart. You breaking your people that look up to you heart. There ain't no reason, no apprehension for something. I mean, come on, give me a break. Vaccinations and stuff been around this whole entire world. In the Bible, it speaks about plagues and stuff. This ain't gonna be the first, trust me, this ain't gonna be the first time it's gonna be a plague in this lifetime, in this world. I may not be around to see it, but come, another 100 years from now or 50 years, it'll be something else. That's just the way of the world. And they've always made some type of virus. There's people who got HIV, AIDS. When they didn't come up, they didn't have no virus. When the AIDS epidemic came, it started real small. Real small. The CDC, they was like, there's some strange virus coming around in San Francisco, blah, 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 and stuff like that. And it was real small. The CDC is right up in here. I blocked them. That's what Steve is. Steve is in the blockchain. He's in the block gospel. He want to come up here and say something dumb. Don't come at me saying something stupid to me. I don't know. I can't answer why. I can't answer that. Do your own research on that. Don't ask me questions about something. I'm not the CDC. I didn't write the rules. You think no vaccination, all vaccinations has an expiration date. All medicines and stuff has I ain't hurt no Steve feelings. But you ain't gonna come up in here and say something stupid. Why did they put a block in your face? What the hell that's supposed to mean? He came up in here talking crazy. He came off cool at first. Ooh, Georgia's a beautiful state. Ooh, I live in California. Ooh. And then after that, you got your right with the with the mandate and stuff, but then you talk about the 14th Amendment. I was like, what does that have to do with public safety? But then when you start talking about what if someone put a block on your face and stuff? Come on now. I ain't got time for dumb. I ain't got time for dumb. That's stupid. People know why they put a block covering your face. Come on now. Don't be dumb all your life. Ain't nobody, I don't even know who the hell Steve is. There's someone that came to search. I asked him, how did you find my channel? He just put in the keywords and my thing popped up. And you just coming on people's channel talking crazy. I don't even know who the hell Steve is. I don't even know half of y'all on here. One person I know here is who I'll be talked to face on a regular basis. Other than that, why the hell would I have a crush on Steve? On someone who just came on my channel today? I don't have no big channel. I know exactly who come on my channel and who watches my live stream. And I'm not even monetized. So anybody who come on here, Gloria Miller, I know exactly. I don't even know how you came on my channel. So Steve is somewhere in Never Never Land bothering somebody else, but you're not going to bother me with dumbness. All vaccines has an expiration date. They distributed it around the world. They gave it around the world and to countries that needed it. Now, whether or not those people choose to take it, then whatever vaccines they don't have, they just going to turn around and say, oh, expired, can't use it. But that's not because of that. I'm quite sure it has nothing to do with no mandate. That thing being mandated because because they can't get this thing under control and it's already mutated to a new thing. It's already called it's already Delta went to the Mu, went from Delta to now is some new thing about something called Mu. No, I don't come on YouTube to like. I don't come on people to like. I don't got time for trolls. And I ain't got time for people. Maybe they like you for what? I'm way here in Georgia. You way somewhere else. You're not about to be dumb and come on here crazy. Talking about putting a brick on my mouth. Well, Gloria, why don't you get to know Steve since he's so concerned about me getting to know someone? What about you? And Circle Jerk of Corruption Buster, whatever that name's supposed to mean. All I know is this. Now tell me which is better. Do y'all want me mandates or do y'all want to get shut down for 6 months? Tell me which one would you prefer? Because obviously you can't have it both. You can't have it both ways. People want to question our mandate, then okay, then the government has the right to say, okay, you know what? On the federal level, they can say we're shutting down. And that ain't gonna and you cannot dispute that on the state level. This is not a regional thing that's happening. This ain't something that's happening in 3 states and that's it. This is worldwide. The EU, which is the European Union, has already voted maybe a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, about closing its borders from people visiting those countries that makes up the EU, which is the European Union, to close for people coming to the United States to come to France, Germany, England. What is the other one of the EU? Portugal, Spain, and there's some other countries I can't remember. I don't know. Why don't you ask him, Gloria Miller, or you just click on the person's name or look them up, and then you can see and visit them. So I don't know why you asking me any questions about what Steve number. Why don't you look it up? So, and if China chooses to continue the lockdown, and they are the major trading country, and they close down, what makes you think the United States can continue to stay open if other countries are closing down their borders? So y'all tell me, and tell me if they decide, okay, we're closing down and doing a federal shutdown for 3 weeks or whatever, ain't nobody can, what are they gonna do? People gonna complain, but oh my god, I can't go outside, whatever. You'll be miserable, you complain, people are gonna find some new hobbies, people are gonna find some new skill sets while they sit and rest. God will sometimes sit people down, and you will, and trust me, you may not be spiritual or religious or whatever, but if we'll see, we shall see. So don't come to me about no 14th Amendment. If you haven't studied constitutional law, who the hell is this? Steve said he was sorry and he wants another chance. Psst. Another chance for what? And who are you, Suzette? I mean, who are you? Where are y'all coming from? Because I've never seen y'all before. And why are my regular people, Sally, D Nuts, why y'all not talking? I'm tired of these people coming on here. All right, it's YouTube. So what? What about YouTube? I know it's YouTube. And because it's YouTube, people could also spread ignorance on social media, including YouTube, and people sit up there and believe such silliness. So what are you saying, Suzette Berlinski? Because I'm not monetized, so I can say whatever I want, and people can say what they want, but I also got the right to to protect myself, and rather than listen to dumb foolishness and telling people telling me about being blocked in the face. So somebody telling me about being blocked in the face, and first of all, Suzette, why don't you show a real avatar face and get the hell off my channel, and don't be worrying about what I gotta be personable, bitch. So you go to the blockchain too, dumbass. Don't come on here with no fake avatar and then talk about you need to be personable, man. Bitch, shut up. Fucking ass. Why don't you just make your own channel and then you make your own, and so here, go and get blocked for that. Cause see, I'm not monetized, so don't tell me nothing. Why don't you show a real face and a real avatar and get your dumb ass off my channel? What about that? People just coming on here and talking, man, get off, dumbass. You probably just some troll. You know, me no troll. All right, regular people. Y'all could talk now. I got all these little dumb people off the thread. I don't know why people think, people make a YouTube video. They I ain't got time to be stroking nobody's dumb ego. Oh, he be nice, man. Shut up. Get off the channel. A little Disney. Be amazed. People be thinking he be my president. Man, get off. Get off the channel. Talk to the hand, talk to the avatar face. Foolish. Hey, where's the rest of y'all? Y'all ain't saying nothing. If y'all don't say nothing in the next 2 minutes, Colas, Sally, D Nuts, y'all let these strangers come on here and bombard y'all from talking. Y'all say nothing. I'm gonna give y'all until 5 minutes, and after that, I'm getting off. All right, whoever the hell you made up a troll page to come on here. When are you going to cook your farmer's market items? I already ate the chicken, not all of it. And I already ate the banana bread. Everything else is vegetables and fruit. So I already ate my items. As for the turkey wings, that's in the freezer, so I'll probably cook that. I'll cook probably a couple of the turkey wings. All I do is cut them up the joint and roast that. Probably not this Sunday, but probably the coming week. Sally, you said that somebody said that you didn't want to come on because I swear too much. Did you say that to someone in a private chat? Because one thing for sure, I don't hold people hostage on the chat. Now, everybody got a right to leave, or you got a right to unsubscribe or whatever. If you don't like what somebody got to say, I don't hold nobody hostage. I just know one. And bitch, you look fat in your fucking picture. What about that, Paul? You look like a fucking cow on your little avatar picture. So what about that, Paula Berlinski? You probably one of those lonely ass, fat ass bitches that be coming on people's channel. So what about that, bitch? See, y'all act like people don't know how to click on a picture and don't know how to click on your profile and see that you only got 2 people making up troll pages coming on here. No, they got these dumbass people coming on here talking stupid and then they getting cursed out. It's like I got all these random, stranging people that I've never seen before coming on here. First, one person named Steve, he come on here. Oh, Georgia's so beautiful. And then I talk about the mandate, and then people start talking about the 14th Amendment. And I said, what the hell I got to do with anything? Then you're going to talk around DG, going to talk about, well, if someone put a brick in your face, So I blocked them. Then they got these other dumbass people on here coming on here. You gotta be more personable. Bitch, get off my channel. Then they had this person named Polo Berlinski. So these people getting blocked. They going to the block, to the gang of blockbusters being blocked. Coming on here talking dumb. And you know these people from spit. I tell people, I said, people arguing over stuff. They mandate. I don't believe it, man. I said, if the government decides to shut down and say, okay, we shutting things down for 3 months, 2 days, 3 days, or whatever, ain't nobody cannot. They ain't gonna control nothing of the sort. People still want to argue over. They want to argue over stuff about a vaccine. And I said, you know what? That means somebody got the right to turn around and protect themselves, too. People take one little amendment right and don't even know what the hell they talking about. They probably don't even know what the 14th Amendment is. Yeah, we'll be throwing up the 14th Amendment just because you heard it on social media about the 14th Amendment. Somebody mentioned it. They'll run with that argument and they even read the 14th Amendment. Don't even understand what it means. I said, how is a pandemic that's affecting people worldwide has anything to do with the United States or 14th Amendment Constitution when this is a worldwide pandemic, health issue? People dying out the woodwork. And then when I question people and start bringing points up to people, you can't argue on that. I said, what about when you go to a store and they have the right to say you cannot enter this premises and they tell you to leave? They got the right to tell you to leave too and don't have to serve you. I said, what about if you went to a hospital and they said that they can't, and they can't treat you in any regard, See, people ain't thinking. Am I right? So it's a right for somebody to shoot you if you covered in their space and they didn't want to get sick and get the COVID. And they had these dumb people I was reading today. All these people who main ones all up on social media making a spectacle of themselves. A few of these people they died today. This woman here, she walking there with a Zorro mask on with a black hat, some old white crinkly white woman walking up in there in the store. All up on social media, they talk about she died of the COVID. Man, bye. They have all these people that's talking mess. Just talking mess. Why should somebody who really needs to go to the doctor, who really needs to go and get operated on in emergency rooms, why they should get pushed to the side because a bunch of dumb people get admitted to the hospital that refuse to take a vaccine that could save your life and hold up the whole hospital establishments, overworking workers, and they ain't got no argument of reasoning. Last year, before they even had the COVID, and they had all these millions of people. I mean, it was ridiculous. People want to go back to that. Who wants to go back to that? Who wants to go back to that? And I made two questions. I said two choices. Do you want to be mandate or do you want to have a shutdown? Where regardless of the state, they said, oh, nope, everything gonna be shut down because that's a national security issue. If something like that happens, the government could put a thing and said, you know what, we're gonna close because other country borders are being closed. Other countries are being closed because of that. And it ain't got nothing to do with no damn Constitution. People need to read the whole entire Constitution before you pick one out, and then use it in an incorrect manner, and use it as an argument that's not even correct. I'm like, dumb. So these y'all, they had all these dumb people that best popped up in the damn chat, and some of y'all didn't even say nothing. D Nut, Sally, y'all ain't even come and say anything. All right, anybody else got anything that you want to say before I go? Colas, you always used to write 30 threads. What happened? You ain't saying anything. These nuts. You know what? I'm trying to give y'all a chance to say what y'all need to say before I leave. All right, y'all got 3 minutes. All right, y'all got 2 minutes. Y'all ain't saying nothing, so ain't no reason for me to stay. Being on YouTube is not just on me talking all the time and having to fuss and curse people out that come on here acting stupid. But at the same time, the chat also guides the flow. So, well, I know DJ, you at work. Some people I know y'all work and watch, but there's a whole bunch of other people on here too that could at least type something in here. especially the ones who've been used to typing 50, 30,000 threads. Colas, 85. You ain't even saying nothing. Sally, somebody said that you don't like to come on because I curse or whatever. So it's only certain people I know be listening in the back. So y'all just let a bunch of trolls come on here talking crazy. Yeah, but if you curse in the chat, it holds it for review. So you can't curse in the chat because it will hold it. Or if you say certain things. But y'all haven't wrote nothing, so all these people coming on here, Gloria Miller, Suzette, Belinsky, Paula, Oppenheimer, y'all got right up on the block train. No, because people come on here and try to test you. Always trying to test me. As serious as this thing is, you would choose not to have it. You don't have to get it. Just stay home, isolate yourself, and walk with a mask. Or better yet, people don't want to follow instructions, or people don't want to have this thing eradicated. Shut the government down. Shut it down. It ain't like the first time we shut down, it did anything, because it wasn't really shut down. It was only shut down when it came to schools, state agencies, water companies still ain't damn open in DeKalb County. I can't even go down to the DeKalb County water and pay the water bill in person. They still closed. What the hell? Library closed. Can't go to the library. It ain't like people going to the library anyway, but dang. There's a lot of stuff that still ain't been opened. Department of Labor for unemployment, they ain't open. But I bet you they still getting paid though. Don't make no sense. I'm like, do y'all want, there's some countries that has real shutdowns. Australia, there's somebody I told y'all the other day. They live in Australia. They say only one person in the house could leave, and that's just to go and buy essentials like groceries and food. And then they got then they can only be out for so long, and then they got to go right back home. Now that's a shutdown. China, they don't let people out of their house. So many people could leave out the house at any given time, and you can only travel so many miles. You go ahead like a 2-mile radius. I mean, you can only go somewhere for a 2-mile radius and come back home. Now that's a shutdown. That's control. And they got police officers all over the place watching, making sure, that you're not going out of the boundaries. I know I miss the library too. I miss going to the library. I miss going to certain things. But people want to see. I'm telling you, the only thing they were opening up back last year, July, was parks and stuff like that. They even stopped. Let me tell you how bad it is that I started noticing the difference between last year when they was doing that vigorously cleaning at Walmart and Publix and all these places. You used to go to the supermarket, you see they got one person, all they do all day is spray down those carts, spray down and clean. They was constantly cleaning. Now, you barely see people doing anything. And then you go to the bathroom, it's like, my God. I'm like, how do y'all have this nasty ass bathroom and y'all got people who working all day and this bathroom look like it ain't been clean? And it'll be disgusting. that carries germs. If people so focus on the virus, you know, exactly. Put a shutdown like that. And that's what they should have done. They should have really been vigilant and really doing a shutdown and let it die down. Let it eradicate. No, we need to go back to the all for money, all these sports and football and all that stuff. You know, opening up. They had concerts. I know, nasty. But before the COVID thing happened, they were visually cleaning like it was like, I mean, they were really cleaning. Now, man, you have to get somebody, excuse me, the bathroom's nasty, and somebody clean it, Whew. And then flu season coming, and you cannot equate the flu to this virus. That is not the same thing. It is not a seasonal thing. I'm debating if I want to get the flu shot because I was like, because when I probably got the flu shot twice in my lifetime, and I was working. Last time I got the flu, I was working for the federal government at the IRS, and I felt like they was giving you the flu shot because all of a sudden you start sniffling and stuff. But shoot. Only reason why I probably get the flu shot because I'm older, and then I have I have diabetes, so I would get, and then every day at Amazon I get this alert every day. Every single day, I get an alert that somebody got the COVID at Amazon in that warehouse, at the location I work at. So I was like, what the hell's going on? Are they going to have any workers when I go back to work Saturday night? Will they be people working? That's what I want to know. Shoot. I already told you, my manager, she had the COVID and she went on vacation. And I was like, what's her name? I ain't seen her in a month. I know they probably didn't see me in a month or 3 weeks. They probably think I got the COVID. I'll make sure I tell them, nope, I ain't got no COVID. Well, I don't know these nuts, but the flu shot is free, so I may get the flu shot. But you have to get it now because you have to let that thing go through your system for months, for a few months. You're supposed to get it like September, right around this time, and then let it work through. Because I think if I ever had the flu in my lifetime, it was a long time ago. I was real young. I remember getting the flu, and I was like, "Oh my God!" Why was I was? I mean, it was coming out both ways. I was vomiting and coming out on the other end. I was it made me so sick. I know what I had. I know what it was. I didn't know what was wrong. I was like, oh my goodness. And it is a terrible feeling. And the reason why I probably will get, I mean, it's like these foods and stuff that people used to eat. I don't know what that was that I had it was years ago. I don't know. I don't know what that was, but it was. I don't even know if that was the flu or whatever, but it's a terrible thing. I would love to. So I may get the flu shot because it's just too many things going around. I cannot afford to get sick. So only thing about the flu shot, it does sting. Now, when you get that flu shot, you can feel the sting. I'm like, oh my God, that burn. So it does. That vaccine don't hurt, but that flu shot thing, it hurt. Now that I could truly say it stings. It's like it's not like a long Like, oh my God, it's gonna be hurting for hours. But you know, that first initial where they give it to you, was that the virus? Was that the flu thing that hurt, or was it some other virus that they told me I had to get? Some other shot I had to get. Yeah, I think the flu shot thing hurt. I don't remember. I knew it was something I had to take. Some shot I had to take. They put it right there with my muscle in my arm. I was like, y'all had to put it right there with the muscle, and it was like, ding. I was like, ah. But my mother and my grandmother, they get the flu. It's real bad when they got it. My mother had the flu maybe a couple years ago, and a couple of times in the year she would get it. It would be real bad. My grandmother and my mother had it. That it was like a cough, and then it's like, whew. But as you get older, it's something. It's certain things that you have to take. What? I'm not even gonna study you, D nuts. I'll be back. I gotta get me something to drink. I'm thirsty. Okay. Gloria Miller, how the hell did you come back in here? I thought I blocked you. See, that's what I talk about. People come on here and talk about, did you ever sell a kidney on the something block? I'm like, bitch, get off. Be a troll. I'll be back. I'll get me some water. Ow. All right, I'm back. Oh, I got me 2 cups of water. Cold water. I know Gloria Miller talking stupid. You must have read that before I blocked that dumb bitch. Stupid. Whew. I bought me some pure cane sugar at the Cab Farmers Market. I think it was like $2 and something cent. I took back that. I bought. I didn't get the stevia, you know, but I bought that pure cane sugar. So tomorrow I'm gonna make me some fresh lemonade from the lemons I got on the counter. I'm gonna cut them up, put that thing in that nice cold water, and put that pure cane sugar. It'll be tasting straight up like Chick-fil-A lemonade. I'm gonna make it from scratch. I know I ain't supposed to drink nothing with sugar, but at least if I make it myself, it won't be that bad. Because you don't need to put a lot of sugar in pure sugar. It was pure sugar cane. I was like, oops, I had to buy that. Because there's a difference between that sugar you buy from the store, that diamond sugar, granulated sugar, and the ones you could buy from the Cab Farmers Market, pure sugar cane. Because they actually sell sugar canes that you could grind up, that people that they buy the sugar canes. A lot of people from the islands, they tend to do that. Even in New York, they have a lot of West Indian people, and they have sugar cane, and they be cutting it from the tree, and they suck on it. I never taste no sugar from there. I was like, I don't taste no sugar in this, but it's the natural sugar from the sugar cane. These nuts, I ain't gonna study you, because see, you be saying stuff, and it be undertones when you say stuff. No, hell no. Now, DJ, you going crazy now. I'm not mixing no tea and lemonade together. That is so nasty. Either you drink tea or you drink lemonade. I'm not mixing tea and lemonade. That is the most nastiest thing ever. I don't know who said that tastes good. I never found that to be good. People call it the John Paul, whatever that white man name is. And then sometimes some people try to call it Obama. No, I'm not mixing no sweet. I'm not mixing tea and lemonade. I don't see how that tastes good. We went out. Didn't we go out before one day? You did that, Dijon, and I told you that was nasty then. I'm not doing it. Ain't no way. Tea and lemonade mixed together. Nope. Either you drink tea or you drink lemonade. Not mix it together. I don't see what's so delicious about it. Now, if you want to drink tea with lemon, then that's different, because they do have sweet tea with lemon. You could make sweet tea and you put lemon in it, but just to mix 2 drinks together, nope, no, thank you. I pass. I'm making my sweet. I'm gonna be making lemonade from scratch so I could use up those lemons I got. And I'm going to use that pure sugar cane that I bought. So it don't require that you put a lot of sugar in it. So that's the good thing. I could put less sugar cane and lemon and a lot of water just to give it a little sweetness to it. But it ain't going to be overly sweet. So I should have made some I should have made some now, but I don't feel like doing all that. I don't feel like cutting up lemons and I bought these little two things that you could make tea and lemon and water. Yeah, it's everything being now ain't always good. Everything new ain't always good, and that ain't it, in my opinion. Nope, I don't need to be drinking no lemonade tea mixed together. That's a waste of tea. Waste of lemonade. Someone thought about that and let me mix it together and decide to sell it. Ugh, not. I don't care. It'd be good and boring, but it'll be good because they're gonna be made from scratch. It ain't gonna be that um, it ain't gonna be that pre-mixed stuff. You just hating these nuts. We wait till I make it tomorrow night when I come on here and drink it. I'm not gonna be on my avatar. I'm gonna be right up on YouTube and I'm gonna show you. And I'll be drinking it. I'll be like, it'll be nice and refreshing. I could have made me some watermelon juice too, but I still got all that watermelon left. You can make watermelon, lemonade, and this is scratch. This ain't that stuff you buy from the store. If you it don't you do it from scratch, it ain't gonna taste the same as in the store. But I'm not mixing that. Nope, no way. I'll put a lemon in a tea and drink it like that. And it's not gonna be boring, trust and believe. These nuts, I bet you if I was to make that from scratch and have me a little cart and it was hot in summer, like 100 degrees and stuff in Georgia, and I went there to sell, shoot, I'll make a fortune. There was a lady the other day when I was at the Sam's Club doing one of my assignments. She was selling um shit. It wasn't shaved ice. Well, I guess it was shaved ice. She was selling like mango, strawberry. It was like I want to say it was shaved ice. I'm not thinking it was. I don't know what was it she was selling. It's supposed to be the rave that a lot of people started doing, selling fruit cups. But it wasn't just fruit cups like people just buy a bunch of fruit, cut it up, and sell it. It was something, and people just selling frozen fruit drinks or something from. And I said, "Dang, I wish I even had this soda. I would have bought some from her." She said she'd be out there all the time. So I said one day when I go to Sam's Club up there in Memorial Mountain Industrial, if she's out there, I'll buy some just to see what it tastes like. But I remember people would sell that shave ice, not the Italian ice, but it was something about people started selling things like that on the street. And selling fruit cups. It was someone on Walter Lee Hampton III on his YouTube video. He was making fun about these companies calling people back. And she was like, Shamika's selling ice fruit cups out of the trunk of her car and cookies. And then they said Delta called her back to work. And she packed up her stuff and got her lunch pail and went on back to Delta. But she was, so he was making fun, but he had mentioned something about some man. Just about this goes right back to this mandate thing. The how people, unless you plan on having your own business and be a one-man show or a two-person business and run your own operation and make your money, then you ain't got to worry about no being mandated with COVID. So unless you plan on having your own business and a small business at that, less than 100 people, you ain't going to do no government contracts. You ain't going to be on no government facility and eventually state facilities, because I'm telling you, it's gonna carry over. It's gonna carry over. And let me tell you what's gonna also gonna happen. If these states that want to act a fool about this COVID thing, and the government, federal government says we're gonna start holding federal funding from certain states, if they don't take care of it, I bet you they'll crack down on that real quick. You know, money was the thing that had these businesses open up early last year. Because people was like, I need my job. I need my job. And, you know, in no way, no hell, we'll be have to sneeze. Thank bless me. And and I bet you these states, when the federal government says we're not going to be passing out no money, thank you. And the federal government said, nope, we're not going to be giving out no money to the states until you handle this pandemic situation. I bet you then they'll start to realize because states get federal funding and monies, and if this infrastructure bill needs to be passed down to the state, they could turn around. Because think about it. Let's think about it. Oh goodness. Okay, let's think about this infrastructure bill that builds bridges, roads, schools, whatever, right? Those monies that each state gets comes from the federal government. And in order to have these bridges built, roads fixed, you know, schools built, all these energy efficient jobs that's supposed to be not just for the next couple years, but for the next 25 years. And all these people talking about, is my right, my federal right. And these jobs and this infrastructure bill gets distributed to states to fix up their roads, fix up this, you know, build up Amazon and build up whatever. They get federal money. They get federal government funding to build, you know. All that money can't come from the state. The state can only give so much. The state can only do so much. Most monies that businesses get is federal money, federal funding, right? So with that federal funding that comes from the federal, if the mandate only applies to federal contractors, federal money, and the states have to hire people to do these jobs, don't you think that could affect your future of getting employment? So Black folks in particular, we always talk about we ain't got no rights, we ain't got nothing, we can't get this, we excluded from jobs and federal contracts and stuff. And we as a people already behind in terms of getting any type of opportunities to be at the table. You dang Skippy, that will get a shot. You know, dang Skippy. Because if you're a small business and you want these government grants, I was listening to a seminar this morning about federal grants and how to get federal grants and stuff. That's what I should have talked about, but I forgot. I didn't know what topic to talk about. And it was so much just to get, because the government buys everything. Everything is a contract that you get. They buy everything, and people are always talking about how do you write a grant to get contract with the government and, business, even selling chairs is a government contract involved. You're a business that you sell chairs and the government says we need chairs. They don't just buy chairs. They get it from vendors and they pay vendors to do it. So with this infrastructure bill, with brand new bill, we don't, darn well we need brand new roads, bridges, schools, and everything else. And these states talking about, we ain't gonna do a mandate. You'll bet you hell you will when the federal government says, we're gonna withhold $10 billion from the state of Florida. And those $10 billion, which affects people locally from getting food stamps, vouchers, housing, all of those things. It boils down to it. And if they don't get the federal funding from the government, what do you think is going to happen to you as a citizen of the state? You're going to have to pay for that. They're going to raise taxes up to the yin yang, or if they already have the revenue of state is drying up because so many people are not working. So many people, businesses getting all these tax breaks and, just to do business. Texas, they got all these companies from California going to Texas because there's no state income tax in Texas. If there's no state income tax in Florida, Texas, Tennessee, you know how long she's going to wait for that chip? They said the chip ain't going to be available till 2023. They already said that months ago. They said they are not going to be able to get that manufactured on those chips until 2023. And why she want to get a new car? If I try to, and I know the used price cars is going up. It's just as high as a new car. She better get one of those cars that don't require all that computer work. I know that. She better get one of those basic cars that don't have all that. That's why I didn't buy that Rogue. I didn't want all the whistles and stuff. I said, nope, I don't want all those whistles and all that things because I knew that was going to happen. Even though that Kia had all those chips and computerized and stuff, that thing broke down. Shoot, when I got that car fixed, I had to wait for a couple months before I got certain parts, and I traded that car in. So can you imagine? And I don't even think COVID just started that March. It was that December. So it was way much worse months later with those chips. I had to wait till almost beginning of the year before I got before they had the parts available to fix that car. But that car had too many recalls. So, and you better not tell her to get no damn Kia or no damn Hyundai with your aunt. Don't be saying, "Ooh, your car's cute, Dijor. I'm gonna get one just like yours." You better not get it. You better not tell her to get it. You better stick with Toyota or Nissan or something. You better stay away from those Korean cars. I know you got one, but shit, you wouldn't get me to get one again. I know you're gonna wait for that. But anyway, let me get back on topic. So with the federal funding that breaks down to the state level, it's gonna be some mandates. There's gonna be people gonna take that. I'm not gonna sit here and worry on something like that, especially when taking shots is required when you go back to school or when the baby's born. You got to get shots unless you have some religious type of thing going on where so be it. I can't speak on that. Whatever religious provisions people may have are not doing it. I don't know. I know Jehovah's Witnesses, they can't do blood transfusions, but I don't know about not taking no shot or immunization. There's certain things in certain religions they don't do. but I'm quite sure getting a vaccine is not one of them. That ain't one of them. So when it comes to things like that, that's different. Vaccinations is not just protecting you, vaccinations protect public wise. If you ever Google measles and look at what measles look like if you get the measles, that is not a pretty thing. When I was looking through these medical books and stuff, I said, "Oh my God, what the hell is that?" And it was the measles. It's worse than the chicken pox. They got a vaccine for chicken pox. There was one point people used to get the chicken pox. I remember when I was young, I had got the chicken pox. I don't remember having no vaccine for chicken pox. And this was like, what, maybe 1968. This might be in the late 70s or whatever, when I probably was, 5, 6 years old? Or 7, the most. And I had the chicken pox. I remember they had no vaccine for chicken pox, but chicken pox. I like my father. I remember when I remember I was a little girl. My father looked and said, "Oh, I got a chicken pox," and I had, they had to rub that little pink lotion on you and stuff, and I think alcohol or whatever. And getting the chicken pox was something people, I think they came up with a virus with the chicken pox now. But let me show you, measles and the mumps. When you see in polio, people right now, if they didn't make no vaccine for the polio back in the day, people be walking around crippled now. People be crippled. Polio, that wasn't. That was nothing. That was nothing to mess with. When they was talking, it was a thing on CNN. They had a thing about history of vaccines and viruses or something, and people were doing the same thing back then, very hesitant about taking it. I was reading something about Benjamin Franklin's son. He had died of the, not polio. He died of measles, smallpox. And that was during the colonial time, and that was an outbreak virus. People were getting it, dying at the woodwork with that. And people were hesitant, they were people very hesitant then about it. And they came, they did their due diligence to really find a virus to get that thing done. And before the virus came out, Benjamin Franklin's son, they said he died. And they had people hesitant too. They didn't want to take the vaccine. And they had to do it. All history of viruses and stuff when they had these outbreaks, people were very apprehensive. I ain't taking it. Millions of people died, millions in the United States, not the world, but here in the United States, they've died of previous viruses and stuff that came about. And it took millions of people to die. And the way they eradicated it is that they had no my freedom of speech. That 14th Amendment, they was like, you ain't gonna affect the whole entire people in this world just because of need my right. Okay, it's your right. Let them down the street. Shoot. And trust me, they were letting people die straight up on the street. They were like, you were ostracized. People who had walk around with those measles and all that kind of viruses and stuff, they used to ostracize people. You walking around and got all this stuff on your face and your body. People like, and it was bad. I used to watch your little documentaries and stuff like that people used to do. And it's written. This ain't something I made up. This ain't no fairy tale. They used to keep records on stuff like that, what they would do to people. Shoot. Because they were like, what the hell is going on? And they were throwing them up in chambers and keeping it. Was like, and this was here in the United States, right there, colonial times. This is, shoot. Y'all better think about stuff. It used to, people walking around talking about rights. Shoot. But so be it. So be it. I don't know what more to say. All I know is with the economy and all these food shortages and if the economy take a turn for the worse and people gonna be scrambling and they don't start and that thing ain't free no more and these insurance companies they're gonna be like, God damn, all these hospitals, all this, all that money and stuff, people leaving, and all that money that's being expended, nobody's paying for it. Who do you think gonna pay for that? I'm not paying for it. You think my taxes should pay for somebody else's ignorance? Nope. You think these companies are gonna be paying millions of dollars because these workers went on to the hospital? Who's gonna pay for that? Who? That's why these companies now, the insurance rates are going to be high because they're going to say, "Well, you ain't vaccinated, okay? Well, our insurance rates, you're going to pay $200-$300 more per month if you want insurance because they're not going to be paying. They're not going to cover those COVID hospital stays. Nope, they're not. And I'm not talking about they're going to wait till next year to do it. They talk about September, October, the next premiums. If you want to work at Delta or any big companies with insurance, they're gonna ask, did you get the vaccine shot? No. Do you want to take it? No. Okay, your rate is gonna be $400, $500, $600 every pay period or whatever. They're not gonna pay those premiums for people to be going to the hospital, running up those hospitals. 3 weeks in the hospital? Can you imagine how much the hospital bill would be? All that treatment, all that, sitting in the bed, just sitting in the opera, just going in the bed alone is going to cost you. Going in the ambulance is $1,400-$1,500. That's why I was like, no, you ain't taking me no ambulance. I said, you can let me sit right here. Let me drink this water. Let my blood sugar level go down. When I'm working at Amazon, that second day, my sugar was at 400. We got cut it. No, you're not. And I don't know nobody who's going to come all the way to Jefferson County, Jefferson, Georgia, to pick me up from some random hospital. I'm not taking no Uber from Jefferson, Georgia, all the way to Stone Mountain. You know how far that was for me to do that? What? Uber? Just to turn around to go home? Then take the Uber to go back to work to get my car. I don't know nobody. DJ, I know you live in Atlanta, but you ain't coming all the way over there to pick me up. And I know Erica, y'all shoot. I don't know I know three people, and I'm quite sure I wouldn't have got hold of nobody. Can you go and pick me up? Where you at? Oh, I'm up in Jefferson, Georgia. Where is that? Oh, that's all the way in Brazelton. It's about 48 miles from Stone Mountain. And then people, ain't nobody coming. Ain't nobody gonna come. I said, nope, I'm not. You think I'm gonna call an Uber to go all the way to Jefferson to drive me back to Stone Mountain just to go and take an Uber to go back to Jefferson to get my car to take me to work? Nope. I said, nope. I charge you $40. What? You wouldn't do it for free? See, y'all talk about people want money. DJ, if you had called me and I ain't had nothing to do, I would go there and then pay me a minute to get there, but I wouldn't have charged you. But I do expect people, the gas and stuff, but But shoot, I said, nope, I'm not going to do it. I am not going no ambulance. Nope. Amazon, they wouldn't even talk about paying for me to go to to take me home and take me back to get my car. Nope. No, thank you. I sure wouldn't. If you go on an ambulance, it's probably like almost $1,400 just to be in an ambulance. It's not cheap. Ain't no $200, $300, ain't no $100, ain't no coverage with no health insurance. You have to look at that health insurance. Emergency room, you got to pay the deductible. And then sometimes a lot of insurance don't even come with ambulance service. Well, you know what? You ain't take me no ambulance just to go to the emergency room just to be, oh, it's going to be 6 hours just to be there all day. So I said, nope, just let me drink some of this water. My sugar level will go down and I could drive myself home. So I would not. Nope. So can you imagine when you have to go to the emergency room and be treated? And if you have insurance, I could assure you, COVID was not in coverage. I doubt it. I doubt it very much. And you got to pay the first whatever, because most insurance is like the maximum out of pocket is like $2,000 or something, or 5,000, or max is 10,000 in some cases, depending on what type of insurance. $10,000 don't go that far when it comes to being in an emergency room and going to the hospital. That's why when women pregnant, they have a baby, and you know why they don't stay in the hospital for 2 days? They be in the hospital, that baby, whoop, the maximum time, and I don't know, Erica, you can correct me, because I know you'll tell me. You don't stay in no hospital for a week like they used to. Back in the day, I think you get a baby and stuff. I think you stay in the hospital for a good week. Now, man, you have a baby, whoop, 2 days, 2 days the most, you out. Unless something happens, unless you had like a cesarean, a C-section or something, or the baby's preemie, because I was born a preemie, But the mother, there ain't nothing wrong with you. They out. The baby, if the baby's a preemie, they let them stay in there for a good, a little bit. But that they let you stay in there for a good while. But it has to be something real serious. It has to be something real serious to stay in the hospital for any length of time. But things like that, in insurance, when it comes to like pregnancy or being pregnant and stuff, that's usually normal. But anything like COVID, I don't think there is no kind of, I always wondered, I never hear no one talk about that aspect of it, about costs and medical bills coming associated with the COVID. You get COVID and you go to the hospital, who covers that? Who pays for that? When I remember last year when I did a video and I was crying because it was one old man. This was before the virus came. This is when the virus broke out and stuff. And that old man passed away. And I was reading how his last words was to his family was, who's going to cover the medical bills? And he was so concerned before he passed away. He was so concerned about the state of the financial affairs of his family, that who was going to cover the medical bills. And it wasn't even his fault. When the beginning, when this virus thing came about, which I knew that damn Trump knew about and let this happen, and it was his fault. Nah, they dismissed it. They didn't take it serious. And then these millions of people passed away last year when that virus thing came about. Millions of people passed away and died for something they didn't even want to come out and disclose and talk about. But they want to come there and talk about Biden. He taking away our rights. President Biden, he took the realm from a previous president who didn't even give a damn. And y'all dumb people, and ain't we just white people, black folks too, following behind that mess. over Trump. Trump don't give a damn fucking ass about no black folks, and he sure don't care too much care for some of these dumb white folks. You know, they were like, he's our president. He don't give a damn about no dumb Peckerwood, dumbass cracker up there ain't got nothing. If you're not New York socialite with me and you're not a billionaire and got money, he don't give a damn about you. Yeah, president. He don't care. President Trump did not give a damn about nobody. And y'all talking about, I'm quite sure they have enough intelligence on China to know what was coming up. They knew what the deal was. They could have, this thing didn't have to go as far. This thing didn't have to spread like this. It could have stayed right up there in Wuhan, China, and would have stayed in China, and it would have, and people, the Chinese government would have handled that by locking itself down and eradicated this whole thing. But that, I'm telling you, I believe it was a warfare meant to destroy the economy, meant to destroy the world economy, and this was something that was done on purpose. It was something that was done on purpose, and I believe it. I don't care if anybody listening and say, oh, she said this. Oh, no, because it's true. When it's all said and done, somewhere down the future, years from now, we're going to get the full story about what really happened. We're going to get the full story. All that stuff is hidden under intelligence. They know, but nobody going to say nothing. They ain't going to say nothing. This is nothing more than a cover-up that nobody don't want to come up and say, but they want to put Fauci and all these people questioning them to death, but they nobody want to ask the real question. Shoot, they knew this, because think about it. When that story was a little story, the little thing, the little news thing that came up about this COVID, because they had SARS. Back in years ago, it was SARS. It was just nothing more than COVID, whatever. Because COVID with that number, that was COVID before. And then when this scientist who discovered about this new COVID, he miraculously died. He was going to come out and tell the world, but before he did it, he got killed. And he was the one going to tell the story. See, people forgot about that story. Everybody forgot about that. If you go back from the very beginning, before it was talked about, like November-ish or whatever, it was talked about that this COVID thing was something coming out of China. And this was 2 years prior, they talked about this. And then this scientist was going to tell the world, but he got killed. The lead scientist who discovered about this COVID, 2 days later, he was killed. He was killed. He died. They said he so happened to die on something that he discovered before he said anything. Go back and read it. Go back and Google it. They mentioned it. It was mentioned. The lead scientist, the one who, before it became a story, before it became real big. Look at that independent news stations and stuff that don't have no political sides about it. And I remember listening to that, and I was like, I said I did read that. They found him dead, and then, and before he even broke out, before he even came worldwide, and then that thing, Chinese New Year came, and all was, next thing you know, February came, and they was talking about they still didn't do nothing, and next thing you know, they was like, oh, it's spread all over the world. It's people, that ain't something that just came about. That ain't just dropped. They been knew about that. It was a small story at first, and this thing broke into this. This broke into this. And y'all coming here talking about 14th Amendment? Man, y'all, this is dumb. Y'all, I know what Kool-Aid y'all drinking, but I know one thing. Taking the virus, don't take the virus, don't take the virus. Mandate, no mandate. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Just don't get away. Just don't come around me. And I tell you, my own family members are like, "What? You didn't get no virus? You ain't took the virus?" When I didn't take that virus, I took my virus in July. What? You better hurry and get that virus. Da-da-da. You thought they wanted anybody to come around? You thought that they was like, "All right, y'all, I'm coming to South Carolina." You think my mother gonna let me in the house? Tell her about it. I ain't got the virus. You think they gonna let me come in the house with my grandmother and stuff? Nope. And they meant that when holidays came last year. That 2020, people were not. They said, "No, no, Mama don't want nobody coming by the house. He ain't got no virus and he ain't got that shot." This would be after the shots thing came out. Oh no. Before the shots came out, they said, we ain't doing it. We ain't gathering together. Everybody being isolated. Everybody, shoot, they didn't go nowhere. People stayed in isolation. Oh no, I can't, everybody stayed at home. And so be it. Ain't no end. Shoot, people stayed home, relaxed, learned new skills, looked at YouTube, looked at videos. That was it. You know, no big deal. People's like, well, they may have missed the company and stuff, but everybody, just kept along on. My aunt was the same way. Like, you ain't coming over here. All that people you be exactly. Ain't nobody want nobody up in their house. I got all my cleaning supplies all lined up. I was, inventory, and I said, "Shoot, people be all up in your house and stuff." I'm like, "Nope, we COVID free, wash down everything." I'm so dang. When it comes down, that's why it probably take me so long to clean up because I be so got the steamer out, steaming stuff, and just every little inch, and I'm just like rubbing, washing things down. It take me so long to do one thing because I'm so busy sterilizing it, um doing all kind of stuff, and I was like, dang, I still got to do this part because I'll be that meticulous cleaning to the point where it'll take me so long to finish doing stuff. Just because of that, I'm like, okay, I gotta Clorox this down, scrub this. After I finish washing this down, then I gotta put the steam to it. Then I gotta take the cloth and wipe this down. And I was like, that's me overdoing it. And then I'm like, dang, I just did one bathroom and be all day doing it. Cause I be so doing so much. And I know that could be a waste of products and stuff. Because I was like, dang. And I just, I said, shoot. But I'm serious. And you do Uber and Lyft and all that stuff, have all people all up in your car? No way, not me. If I did, I'd be, people be all up in your car and stuff, and people say, I gotta do Uber. This former coworker of mine, she come arguing with me. I said, Renee, don't keep telling me that. If that's what you feel, keep it to yourself. You already told me like 3-4 times. I ain't getting it because they got poison. I ain't doing it. All right, you ain't doing it. Goddamn. What the hell are you gonna tell me for? And I told her. I said, don't get no COVID. Come thinking I'm gonna give you some money or do some go fund me. She already struggling. She already struggling with the lease of the car. They ain't got no car because the car got damaged and broken. Someone hit her. I told her how to. I said, oh, if you gotta well, what did the lawyer say? Did you get insurance? And you could probably, get another car and this and that. Make sure you get some of the money for the settlement. Blah blah blah. She, whatever happened with that issue and situation. Next thing you know, she doing Uber and Lyft. I don't even think she do Uber and Lyft. I think she only doing one or the other. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I think she said Uber. and she paying some ridiculous, that something what you did, DJ, paying some ridiculous amount weekly. I was like, you could pay, when you pay weekly, you could buy a car and pay that per month, a $400 a month car note or something, and just buy a used car, even if you had the bad of credit, the worst of credit, you could at least go to one of those places and and get a car and pay 300-400. You ain't gotta get nothing big and fancy. You really don't have to get nothing big and fancy. So she paying thousands of dollars a month, and then I call her, see how she doing, and yeah, but at first you didn't have your own car. You were doing that leasing thing with that Uber, and I told you that was the worst thing to do. You could find, even with the worst of credit, you could buy a car. You ain't gotta buy no 20, 25, 30,000, $40,000 car. You could buy something like 16,000. Go one of those, find something used and reliable. You ain't gotta keep it forever. You can keep it for a couple years and then do what you need to do. And then if you wanted something upgrade to something, then you do that. But you first start with a hoopty if you can find it, because these days people buying up cars and flipping cars and stuff. But you can find a basic, general looking car that don't cost a whole lot, and then you build up your credit, keep the car for a couple of years, and then when you get something else, then you go and get something else. You know, but driving around doing Uber and still picking up people she was doing, and every time I call, I got a passenger. She got to constantly work from I don't know how many hours, but I know it's all day. I know it's all day, and I know she ain't making no money. And I told her about the other gig jobs that I was doing, and I told her, and she ain't listened. So I said, okay, whatever. I was telling her about this, merchandising thing. I've been told her when I was working at computer generated CGS, when I was working at Sprint. When I was telling y'all I was working at Sprint, that company, that third party company, that's where I knew her from. And that was at least a couple of years ago. And so now she's doing Uber and Lyft. She worked at Amazon right up there in Jefferson. And then when I got the job last year working at Amazon Fresh, she said, I ain't working at Amazon no more. I said, what happened? I wasn't coming to work, so they fired her. They give you that 20 hours unpaid time leave. And once that gets to zero, the system automatically terminates you if you go below. Even if you have 1 hour of unpaid time off, and every quarter, like in October 1st, I get another 20 hours. When I go back to work Saturday, when October comes, I have 28 hours of unpaid time off to use, and I could use it whenever. You ain't got to tell nobody you want to use it. You just go in there and say, I'm going to use unpaid time off. As long as you don't go up to zero, you're fine. But she must have used up. She wasn't coming to work. She wasn't, And then when she trying to come back to Amazon, I told her they're not hiring at the one in Stone Mountain. They still hiring at the location that I was at and some other places. And then they supposed to open up some other Amazon facilities. I heard in Chambly, and some other locations that I've heard about. They opening up all over the place. There's a difference in a facility center and assortment center. So she trying to come back to Amazon, and then she went to the orientation, and they told her she couldn't start for whatever reason. I don't know what happened, but whatever reason she couldn't start. I think it had something to do with the drug test, because she was like, I said, did you thought about applying for such and such? Oh, they require a drug test, and they do that little thing in your mouth, the little swab you got to put in your mouth. They don't do no pee test no more. They do a drug test right there on the spot. You open a little packet, you swab in your mouth, and then you put it in the tube. They don't do no go and pee in the cup. Go and take this paperwork and go to this lab center. Because some people be trying to take other people's urine into take a drug test, get a little tube and trying to get somebody else's pee to pass the urine test, so they don't do that. Most of them don't do that no more. They don't do that urine and stuff. I guess maybe because of COVID and stuff. I don't know. Maybe the cost of doing that type of urine test costs companies a lot of money. So I guess it's easier just to do the little cotton swab in your mouth and put it in the tube and that's it. So I don't know. I told her about Amazon. I said, when are you going back? And I told her they called me back. Said I was rehirable. So even if I was to leave in a couple months and I said, oh, I'm going to resign and I still have those unpaid time off on the books, I'm rehirable to come back at any time if I choose to, if I leave Amazon and want to come back. So this time I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay as long as I can stand until I go back to TurboTax. And then if TurboTax become way more and I know I can make money in overtime, I'll resign from Amazon or I'll switch my schedule and say I want to do part-time only and do it, I'll do that. Or if I go to school or something, so they have it set up in a way that if you go over to school or training of some type of program and you have to go back to school, they'll let you change your schedule. And I think I may do that right around January, February. If I'm still at Amazon, I'll switch my schedule. Say, well, I can have to I'll go on I'll go ahead and switch to a part-time schedule and then whatever. We could do the same thing. What? See, y'all, I don't understand. Y'all, I said a lot of things and it's kind of behind. What can you do at Kroger? Because Kroger's they be about hiring, and then you go there and inquire. It's only part-time positions they hiring for. So Kroger don't be hiring full-time. At least not the last time I checked. And that was over a year ago. I would never work at Kroger after that last incident that happened at that Kroger I used to go to. That young guy, how you in high school come out? They were hiring people on the spot a couple years ago. I said I wanted something part-time, and you talking about he got no positions of that, And I said, I've just seen you hire two other people in front of me who in high school, and you telling, I'll never waste my breath at Kroger's. Never. I know it was this one store and this and that or whatever, but for some reason, it's something about Kroger's that I just don't too much care for when it comes to trying to work at a Kroger. I mean, I'll work at Publix before I waste my time going to Kroger's. And because at least Publix, I don't know. I think they just offer better things at Publix if you as an employee. They got tuition reimbursement and they got, profit sharing and stuff. And Kroger got that switching bait. Oh, we got this and this, and then you get there. Oh, you got to be here a year before you get anything. And I was like, oh, I don't know. There's something about Kroger's that I'm just not impressed with. And the pay sucks. Now, I don't know what they're doing now because they've been about rehiring, and I don't see it. I know they hire people because they probably hiring a lot of people to be shoppers. You go around, it's like Instacart, and you just do grocery shopping, and then you go to people's cars. I know they got a lot of people doing that. I see more people doing that at the Kroger's. So maybe, and it's not like they need a lot of cashiers because everything is automated after a while. You go to the self-service. So they may have people, cashiers during the morning and afternoon on the weekends, but I don't know. I don't know. DJ, you work at Kroger, so you have to tell me what the experience is like if they really hiring at Kroger's, because if y'all need a job or anybody need a job, you can go anywhere. Just pick a store. Just pick an area. But I know that they need a lot of shoppers to go grocery shopping for people who come. So many people go to, and that's another thing. If they have that type of service where you could just drive to the grocery store, order online, and you could do less contact and just put your groceries in the trunk and it's already paid for. They do that at Aldi's, Kroger, Publix, Walmart, Target. All those got you could go online and do self-service and order your groceries, and you drive and say, I'm going to pick it up, and then you call the number when you get there and somebody come out with your groceries and put them in the trunk and you go on about your business. But if you don't have a car, then you could do Ship. Ship does Target, and you can have your groceries delivered, but the pricing might be a little bit higher and different. But you could buy a Ship membership or not Instagram, Instacart, and even Amazon Flex has it. So even if you don't have a car and you want to stay at home and order groceries and you don't want to be out there with COVID and be compromised, you don't have to really go out. You could just have your groceries delivered. That's why I think they do need to do this shutdown and get this thing eradicated, and all this arguing about mandate, no mandate, this, that, and my rights, and this and this. Shut the government down, please. Just do it. Just do it. 3 months. Have this thing under control. You can still get your groceries delivered. You can still drive. Stay in the car. Pop your trunk. Go about to get your groceries. Get your food. Drive back home. Hopefully you get a job working from home, because there's a lot of companies that they decided they're not going to have people come back to the office. And a lot of people don't want to come back to the office anyway. And some people say, no, I ain't want to go back to the office. And if you don't want to take the shot and you have a job where you can work from home, fine, stay home. Stay home. Everybody in the house wear a mask. Everybody stay in their separate rooms, and let this thing ride out. Let this thing ride out. If you don't want mandates, stay home. You know? And Amazon is one of those things where people could go to work, and you could go to work, and they got things separated in that break room and cafeteria, whatever they want to call it. That people got these glass separating each person. You sitting there, and they got a glass separated. And if they want to pay hazard pay to people to work in these warehouses and stuff, and if you don't want to be vaccinated and you work in a warehouse, then it's okay. They got thousands of employees, tens of thousands of employees. So they got to make sure people are vaccinated. But I'm tired of getting text messages every day, a text message, somebody, an MG, whatever, got COVID every day. Every day I'm getting a message ever since I've been working there. And even when I was off on this medical leave for these last few weeks, every day I'm getting a message. Every day. And not one day has not passed if I've gotten a message that somebody got diagnosed with COVID. My manager went on vacation, and I was like, where's so-and-so at? I ain't seen her in a whole month. Then she comes back. I had the COVID. Did you get the shot? No. And I said, I went to New Orleans. She didn't get it when she went to New Orleans. I said, what? That's the hot spot capital with the damn COVID. You went over there? I said, girl, I know you ain't went there and ain't get no shot, and you got the COVID. And she young too. She just graduated from college. She probably about what, 24, 25 maybe, give or take, maybe less. I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't get it. And when she said she had it, I made sure I stepped away a little bit, first feet away when she was talking to me. And I had pushed up my mask and I kind of leaned back. I was like, you know, I'm sorry. You would be all up on me. And then there was a couple of coworkers, some older ladies, they were saying, I ain't getting it. I ain't getting the shot. I said, why you ain't getting the shot? I ain't gonna be getting it. They just didn't care. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it takes people to be laid up in the hospital, be on CNN talking about, I wish I got it, and but I don't know. Maybe once they start, when that thing ain't free, I ain't gonna say it's gonna be free because it probably be free for a while, but after a while, when these companies start talking about they're not gonna be paying for all this insurance and they ain't gonna pay for all these hospital bills, and these companies gonna be like, "What? We ain't paying for all this." They're gonna stop. You're gonna be passed right along to the employee. Did you get the shot? No. Okay, your insurance premium is not gonna be $100 a pay period. Now it's $300 per pay period for us to cover it. I assure you, that's gonna be a whole new ball game. And if say you don't get insurance, it's going to be too much. Insurance is already high. Even if the company pays part of it, it's still expensive. And God forbid, you try to get a doctor's appointment. I had to almost curse people out going down the list, calling these offices to get an appointment. For me to get this appointment to check my issue, man, I had to call Aetna to get them to find me a doctor up the street to get in for them to see me. And they ain't did no lab work or nothing. All she did was sit there, listen, looked at my feet, gave me this prescription, and that was it. And then I got an appointment in November. I don't get to see this doctor till November. I can't remember when in November, but it was sometime in November. That's my next doctor's appointment. So, so either you get the shot, and I'm going to make this point, and that's it, because I'm ready to go to bed. Either you can follow your rights. Okay, it's your right. You want to think about your First Amendment? Good, that's your First Amendment. But I'm going to tell you, these companies ain't going to be paying nobody's premiums, and then you go to the doctor. You know what? I don't even listen. I just said, you know what? So please walk away. Please step away from me. I would tell her, I said, no, See, Kroger, let me tell you what's going to happen, Dejo. Let me make this point. What's going to happen is companies who have health insurance, because you have to offer some type of health insurance plan or coverage of some sort, right? So say you have health insurance because it's that time of the year coming up. Sometime in October, that's when people start open season for health insurance enrollment starts again for January for next year. So in that enrollment period, when you try to sign up for health insurance, whether through your job or Obamacare or Biden care, whatever you want to call it, one of the things that's gonna come up is, did you get vaccinated? And if not, your premiums, which is what you pay every month in insurance or every pay period, that's going to determine the cost. So say for instance, for single, I'm going to make it simple. Single, you ain't got no dependents, you and I married, no spouse, and your health insurance, you choose, pick any one. It don't make a difference whether it's Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, whomever. And you go with United Healthcare or Aetna or Blue Cross Blue Shield. And for single, let's say they say it's $40 a pay period or $80 a month. I could assure you the company that you work with, they're going to say, if you got the COVID, shot? Are you vaccinated? No. Okay. Your price is not going to be $80 a month. It's going to be $180 or $200 more, because they're not going to pay for these hospital stays with your insurance if you're not vaccinated. So you're going to have to choose. Do I get insurance? I'm not getting the shot. That's your right. That's your prerogative, whatever. So you say, I'm not getting insurance. I ain't getting health insurance. So you don't have health insurance to go to the hospital when something happens to you for anything, not just COVID. I'm talking about you need to go to the doctor. You need to go to the hospital. You need to get regular routine. You ain't going to get the insurance. Because you say, I ain't taking no shot, so why should I pay insurance? Why should a company pay the premiums for something to happen to you? Who's going to pay those medical bills? So nobody ain't talk about that. Ain't nobody really addressing that issue. So you say, okay, I ain't going to get vaccinated. All right, and you ain't going to get it. You ain't planning on getting it. You ain't going to do it. So now you're going to pay an extra $200 more in your premiums for insurance for single. And I'm just giving an example. That's not even that. I'm not saying that's how much it's going to cost. We don't know what it's going to cost. I'm just saying I'm not paying an extra $200 because I didn't get the vaccine that's free and pay extra out of my pocket to have health insurance. So you ain't got to get it, but you want health insurance, then okay, you pay an extra $200. Just like cigarettes, just like if you smoke. If you're a smoker, it's like a charge that the company will assess because you're a smoker, because you're high risk. And because you're high risk, your health insurance premiums is for smoking is more. So why should you, if you choose to smoke, you have more higher chances of getting something that's preventable. That's why they have these wellness programs for, if you like me, for diabetes. They have they have all these nutritional classes, they have all these type of things so they could help people who are diabetic control the sugar levels by going to classes, preventive measures. They trying to help prevent and control it. That's why if I was to get that's why if I was to get life insurance now, my life, they said, you diabetic, yes. It'll be so much cost for me to buy life insurance. And life insurance and health insurance is not the same thing. Those are two different things. Life insurance happens upon your death, that it covers expenses and things of that to handle your financial affairs not in case you die, because everybody will die. Everybody's going to die. That's one guarantee that's going to happen. Everyone will die and leave this earth. But if you have health insurance, it covers your funeral expenses. It covers, expenses for your family members, kids, grandkids, your property, So you have $100,000 policy, and it covers those type of things. So if something happens to you, you ain't got to do no GoFundMe, begging people on YouTube. Oh, I got no money. Go GoFundMe to cover funeral expenses and stuff. That's a shame. My mother, when my younger sister passed away years ago, and my parents, when we were young, they were young. And ever since then, my mother put a life insurance policy on me, my sister, the grandkids, and got a life insurance policy. Ever since that happened, she had a life insurance policy. And she told us too, and she bought that life insurance policy. And, when that tragic happened to my younger sister years ago, and my mother knew the importance. Because one thing for sure, we all gonna die. We all gonna leave this earth. It don't make no sense for people to put family members in that predicament. That's why, you know what? I did not even finalize my will. I was supposed to get this notarized. Man, I'm talking about this. I'm gonna do it tomorrow when I go out and about. I'm gonna go by the bank and ask somebody to notarize it. But yeah, I talked to the person who I put in my will. I told them too. They was like, I don't want to talk about death. I said, I know ain't nobody want to talk about death too. It took me a minute to calm myself down when I had to do it. Well, you know what, Du jour? You give 7 thumbs down. People could do thumbs down, they could hear, but you know what? A thumbs up and a thumbs down is the same thing with YouTube algorithm. People thinking thumbs down, they just go, oh my God, I'm not monetized anyway, so I can give a damn. I'm quite sure these people who came on here earlier being trolls, I don't care. Whatever. You watched it. But you know what? Y'all know I'm speaking the truth. Y'all know I'm speaking the truth. When it's time to sign up for insurance this year, and these companies, they ain't paying for nobody. They are not going to be paying all these hospital bills when people come up there running up these hospital bills. You think they're going to be paying for that? Companies, who you think's paying for all of this? Who you think's paying for it? I can assure you, these hospital premiums that you pay every month, they're going to go up, up, up. These insurance companies, they say, wait a minute. Everything is based on algorithm. Everything is based on numbers. This is a high risk issue, health issue. And they already know. Even after you survive this COVID thing, even after you leave the hospital, you have long-term effects that's going to be affecting you. And you run into the hospital, run into the doctor, run into this, run into that. I went to the goddamn hospital. I went to the doctor last week, and I ain't took no exam. I ain't took no physical, no blood drawn, no nothing. That damn premium, that hospital bill came up, and they talking about it was over $1,000-something. I said, what? That doctor didn't do anything. She was nice and stuff and filled out my little paperwork for Amazon and checked my feet and gave me a prescription. That doctor's visit was, let me see what it was. $700 and something. I was like, and I didn't do no lab work, no peanut cup, no nothing. But that basic exam, checking your blood pressure, checking your feet. I don't remember. She told me to breathe and check my breathing and heart rate or nothing. I don't remember all that being done. I just gave her the paperwork, wanted her to fill it out so I could, have an excuse so I could get short-term disability and save money. Can I come back to work? That was it. That's sitting on the table and nothing being done. I got a hospital bill for that damn fool from the summer when Maximus Blue Cross Blue Shield didn't cover the cost. I'm getting hospital bills for $1,700 right now. And I was like, hell no. I guess I'm going to have to take a hit on my credit because I'm sure I'm not trying to pay for it. If I do pay for that thing, I'm going to call these places tomorrow and I'm going to tell them, I said, nope. Maximus, when I called, they said the insurance was supposed to cover it. And I'm going to fight Maximus with that insurance. They told us we had insurance when it was covered. Then you'll come back and say we had no insurance, but you took all the money out of my check and then try to turn around and credit me back. Nope. I'm not paying no medical bill. That lab work thing was over $1,700, and this was basic lab work. I opened my mail today and saw it. I was like, what the hell is this? So you think that these companies and that was what basic type of stuff? Can you imagine what the cost is going to be when you leave the hospital with the ventilator, sitting in the bed, barely getting good treatment? Could you see some of the YouTube videos that I've been watching? People say, I ain't getting COVID. All sick and the stuff in the bed. Can you imagine what that hospital bill cost is going to be? And I told you what I went to the doctor for and how much my medical bill was, and it was nothing done. 1,700 for nothing. Can you imagine going to an emergency room, going to be admitted into the hospital, being there for 2 weeks, maybe 3? You know how much that bill is going to be? And a ventilator at that? Mm-mm. It's going to be tens of thousands of dollars. It could be 15, 20,000, if not more. And companies are not paying nobody 25,000, 30,000. I don't even know what it is. I can't even imagine what the cost is going to be. Being under the ventilator, getting all that treatment, getting in the bed, being in the hospital for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And God forbid if you had to be transported to the ambulance, man, some people, y'all gonna be bankrupt. Y'all gonna have some medical bills. Let me tell you. And like I said, these companies are gonna be putting that extra $200-$300 or whatever or more. I don't know what it's gonna be on that premiums when you sign up for your insurance next year, if you're fortunate to have it. So you're gonna have to decide. I'm not going to get vaccinated. No, I'm not going to get, you're going to get no. Okay, well, your insurance is now going to be every month with the company. Rather than paying $80 a month, now it's going to be $400 a month. You ain't got to get it. You got a choice. Remember your freedom of choice? Remember your 14th Amendment? You think about your 14th Amendment when it's time to choose insurance. And then instead of you have coverage for a family, think about how much that'll cost. Is no company, is no right. There is no right. They don't have to give you insurance. The only reason why companies now mandate that you have insurance, because when President Obama, when they try to offer universal health care, see, this all comes back in the circle. It all comes back in the circle. When President Obama wanted to give universal health insurance, oh no, we should get a right to choose to get insurance. Why I gotta pay? No, I know, I don't want it. People argued with President Obama. Even Clinton, when she wanted to come up with a universal health insurance, people were like, oh no, I ain't got no. People argued. Because a black man did it, because he thought about something. I ain't saying his plan was perfect. They had some flaws. Now, you wait till they start really taking it in account. Wait till you really start talking about these health insurance companies and these insurance companies. They got strong lobbyists. These companies ain't gonna try to be paying all this money, millions and millions of dollars, because they got workers when they have insurance. And then, okay, so you choose. Don't get it. It's gonna affect. Let me tell you, it's gonna trickle down. I'll tell you that. It's gonna come down to one. No, we don't need to hire. Nope. Did you get vaccinated? Nope. You're going to come and work in the facility? Nope. Nope. They can fire you. Most states are at will. They can let you go. They ain't got to tell you the reason why. They letting you go. But you ain't going to sit to go to work. You ain't going to go to nobody's job. And you're going to affect all co-workers and people dying and getting sick. You ain't going to affect a whole bunch of people. It ain't about you. You got to think about people around you. Children, vulnerable children they're not even 12 years old and older. They can't even get it. I'm sick and tired of reading on CNN stories of children being orphaned. Both parents passed away. I read a thing last night. Both parents passed away. 5 kids. The grandmother got to take care of 5 children. One of the parents or the mother or both of them. No, what was it? The father. One of them didn't even see the newborn. They had a newborn baby that was born. The father didn't even see the child because he had got the COVID. He didn't even see the child. One case I read, the mother, she gave birth. She didn't even see her baby before she passed away. I got to the point where I couldn't even read any more of these stories because it was making me cry. Because I was crying reading it. And I'm not even no relations to these people. I was reading it and I was just crying. Because they had babies and young children being left. Because of parents saying, well, they were thinking about it. They were doing more research. What research? What research do you need? And then people having GoFundMe for funeral expenses for people to pay because they ain't got the money to pay. They ain't got no insurance. They ain't had no money to pay, and they go and ask strangers on the internet and social media on the news. They got a GoFundMe. GoFundMe takes 40% of that money. All the money they raise, all that money don't go to the family. A certain percentage of it goes to the family. If they raise $1 million, they don't get all the $1 million. Well, there's a limit too. If they raise $10,000, they don't get all $10,000. They only get a portion of that. The GoFundMe organization takes 30-40% or whatever it was. I can't remember what it was. They don't get all of that money. So they just get the difference. And God forbid, if they raise enough money minus the percentage, that they'd be able to still pay or whatever. But it's ridiculous. First, it was older people, grandparents that were getting COVID before the virus came, and they were that. Now it's young people, 20s, 30s, people with children. How can you be that selfish to leave your children to grandparents, or if they don't have grandparents or brother relatives to take care of them, you leaving them as orphans because I want to look about it. Let me think about it. I ain't had time. You go to damn CVS, Walgreens, pick any one of those, and you'll be out of there in 5 minutes. I can't get the COVID test. Okay. They sit there and, get their little thing, the vials, and boom, you're out of there in 5-10 minutes the most. They tell you to wait for 15 minutes, walk around, so that way, make sure you're all right. And trust me, you ain't gonna get sick. Some people be telling lies on here. My mama got sick and she got the shot and she got sick. No, she didn't. She got fucking sick because she was diabetic and she probably, had high blood pressure. She got sick because of that. She ain't got sick because of no damn shot. People be making up stuff, lying. She got sick and she, no, she didn't. It was not from no shot, I can assure you. You should see some of these damn people. Talking about, I ain't taking it. They be all overweight. Now, I'm not saying I'm in perfect shape myself. That's the more reasons you got issues, diabetic, high blood pressure, reoccurring issues. You better be taking it. You're more receptive to get sick. Shoot, even the most healthiest of healthiest people. It has nothing to do with, I'm healthy. I ain't got to take it. It ain't got nothing to do with that. You got to protect other people around you. You may not care about yourself. Fine. You live by yourself. Fine. You ain't got no kids and no one, then you walk around, then that's on you. You die, pass away, all well. People be like, well, so and so died, and they had diabetes, and he didn't get the shot, and he walk around with no mask on, and he didn't get, and he got sick, and people, it's hard for people to really feel some sort of way, especially when you're so vocal about it. That's the thing that kills me. You get on somebody else's social media page, you don't get on my channel, be a troll, and you gonna be like, don't be sending me no damn articles. Don't be telling me to research. I ain't got to research shit. I already did my research. Shoot. People are like, did you work for the CDC? Yes, I did. Someone got the nerve rag me that I work for the CDC. If you've been on my channel long enough, you knew that I was working at this company, a third party company, sitting here all day waiting for people to call to ask questions about the vaccine, and I had to research and give them the answer. People are like, you did your research? Yes, I did. Did you do yours? Just like people earlier, 2 hours ago. Did you do your research? And when you do your research, please go and study constitutional law too while you at it. Said you want to throw up the 14th Amendment. You don't even know what the fucking 14th Amendment means. People hear something from some dumb chucklehead about 14th Amendment. They get on the news and then people just ride with it. They hear somebody else say something stupid and they're going to come on somebody's channel just trolling up on here talking dumb. Boy, you gotta get the hell on. Better get the hell on and move on. And if you shoot, I don't care. If I get 1,000 thumbs down, y'all still listen to it though. Y'all heard what I had to say. But heed my words. Believe me what I tell you. When it start affecting your pocketbook, and these companies saying, hell no, we ain't paying for no hospital bills. Y'all gonna pay for these premiums. Y'all gonna pay an extra $200-$300 if you want insurance. You don't want it, then you don't want it. Then you got no insurance because you ain't gonna pay the premiums, but you ain't gonna take the shot. But the company says, okay, it's gonna be an extra $200-$300 or whatever more for your insurance starting 2022. That's your choice. You don't want to take it? No company's going to pay for you to be laid up in no hospital or they're going to pay all those medical bills. Hell no. Hell to the no. And no company got to hire you either. Okay. We now require all employees to come, that if they vaccinated or not. They're going to say, nope, I don't want it. I'm going to quit. Okay, quit. Bye. Go ahead and quit. Don't expect to get no help. Don't expect to get no unemployment because it's an at-will state. And they say, well, this person quit. So, ain't gonna be too many jobs. Ain't gonna be too many companies that's gonna be that's gonna fall for that. They're not gonna do it. I'm telling you. They already have job shortages now, but a lot of these job shortages in these restaurants and stuff, that ain't no career. And then everybody, like I told you earlier, people who have these careers and then stuff, they be burnt out. And see, they got that high level skills. They could outsource themselves and be independent contractors and do stuff, especially if they in a type of field where they could offer their services, get paid per the contract and stuff. But eventually, the job market or the jobs and stuff, they're gonna be to a point where they're gonna say, they're gonna find a solution. All these shortages of truck drivers and whatever else, there's always gonna be a solution to combat the needs of work. The need of work and how they do things, they always gonna find a solution. If you was a restaurant And they say, oh, we short. All you gotta do is shorten the hours of opening and say, okay, well, we don't have enough staffing, so rather than being open at 11, we're gonna close at 10 or 9, save on labor costs. They'll figure it out. Oh, now it's gonna be automated um truck driving, and they're doing that now. They've been worked on that before COVID. Self-driving trucks and cars. You don't need one person. You have one person in the truck, and they just, they'll do that. They have ways of shipping and figuring out the logistics of transportation and stuff. You know, Pick an industry, any industry. It doesn't make a difference. Everything don't have to be shipped overseas to India and stuff. If you work at a call center taking phone calls, man, all you got to do is have an automation. All your answers and questions are answered. You don't need people to answer the phone and all that kind of stuff. Even at Amazon, the way they do things now, it wasn't the same way 4 years ago when I worked there the first time. Now it went from walking up and down, getting these boxes sorted and everything, and picking stuff off the floor and sorting them and stuff. Now they got it where you standing there in this little block area in a little space. The robots come to you. They got people come and you doing it that way. That was different from 4 years ago when I was driving from Smyrna back home, and I was telling y'all, who been following me for years, and I would tell you, I was like, oh my God. Now it's different. The way they operate things are different, even in Amazon. And it's going to change too. It's going to change. Everything evolves and everything changes. Just like Uber Eats and Grubhub and all these apps back in the day when I did them 4 years ago, now it's different. Everything is going to be changed from pay. They used to pay. Oh, they pay over almost $1.80, $2 per mile, and this net pay, and now they got a whole. It was very selective. Only very few companies had the technology with Instacart and Uber Eats and stuff. I said, no, that's gonna change. They're gonna be some new companies in the market. New people gonna come into the play in the food delivery sector and the deliveries of packages and groceries. I said, and I mentioned this, I've been said this. I said, all these companies are going to get that same technology that Instacart and them have, and they're going to do it themselves. They're not going to be paying no 30%, 40% of their commission of their revenue to pay Uber Eats and Grubhub to do it. They're going and Instacart. They're going to have them do it themselves. They're going to get the technology. They're going to start offering where you could go to Publix and order groceries, go to your car, pick it up, drop it off. I've been said that. I've been said they're gonna do it themselves. They're not gonna be paying all these companies all these percentages and having drivers come and pick up the food. All these private restaurants now. Most of the people that's doing it is fast food places. Fast food places is mostly the main companies that use Uber Eats and Grubhub and all the rest of them. And even Chick-fil-A, they even have drivers. They have drivers. They have people to drive and deliver food. They didn't stop doing that. I spoke to them the other day. I was asking about it. I said, they do it. But they ain't have enough people to do it. But in regards to them giving their money and profits away to Grubhub and Uber Eats and DoorDash, that's why people are not making the money like they used to. Other than the rates are being cut and the pay is not as much, and people are not really trying to pay a whole lot of money to order these food and order out. And people ain't got money for that at this point in the game. People ain't trying to do that. Ain't nobody trying to be going. All these people driving around going to. I don't care if they do have a designated window for for drivers to come and get the food. So, but how many? But it's not as much like it used to be. It is not that. It is not as much. That's just a sup. That should have always been a supplemental income and not something to make long term to make money. People ain't making no 1,500, 1,600 every month on one app. That's why you see these big names people they were talking about, oh, I'm making 2,000 a month, and then all these referral fees. People are making money off referrals, fees, and all that stuff. They weren't telling the truth. They were not being truthful. They said they trying to pay getting referral money, referral fees, and people making up ebooks and master classes on how to do how to do food delivery masterclass. Really? People making up classes and people just buying information and you take a people just making up stuff. I'll show you how to make 12 $1,500 a week. Just pay for my class. I mean, yeah, there's I have referral fees that I do. I may get some extra points or whatever, but that ain't nothing. That is nothing. And if you could make money, capitalize it on that, and there's people gonna pay. People gonna pay because you paying for someone's time. You paying for somebody's expertise. When people come up with stuff and they make a plan and they taking time to make a plan, I don't care what it is. But to be honest, in these gig jobs from 4 years, 5 years now, but 6 years ago, let me see, 16, from 5 years ago, it ain't the same. The rate of return and the rate of investments, I said 5 years from now, I said, these rates and stuff and these, making this money ain't gonna be the same. It's gonna go down. I said you could do this for about 5 years, and at that point, you're gonna always have to evolve and move on to something else, or do it as a supplemental income. But I find it amazing how when I look on YouTube, I don't find a lot of people driving, doing food deliveries and say, let me drive with you. Let me drive and show you how I do Uber Eats. And let me show you how to do DoorDash. Man, those days of making 1,200 a week is gone. I don't care what market you're in. I don't care what market you're in. But, 5 years ago, when it was good, it was good. Let me tell you. But now, you may be lucky to make, and I don't care what anybody tells you. I don't care what nobody tells you. These algorithms are set for you to make so much money in so many given time. It is set. You could turn on every app, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, Survey.com. You could turn on every single app. And they got that thing locked down in terms of how much you really could make. You could only do it. You only got 12 hours. You only got 24 hours in a day. Everybody got the same amount of time. Everybody got the same opportunity. But there's only so much you could do. You could only work so much. You could only work so many hours. You could only work so much food deliveries. You can't work 24. You can't work around the clock like that. Now, at one point, people used to do that. They'd be like, oh, I'm going to work. And I would be sitting in the bed, watching people. This one guy, he lived all the way up in Oregon. He did that. He literally had on his YouTube channel, he had the whole thing running. He said, I'm going to do an experiment. I'm going to see if I could do Uber Eats an Uber, or maybe it was his Uber Eats. Well, it makes no difference. Food, people, all the same. And he did it for like 24 hours. He started from one particular hour from 8 o'clock until the next 8 o'clock p.m. the next following day. And he said, "How much money can he do?" And he set this experiment up. And I was watching him the whole time. I was watching, and he would get the orders. He would pick up the food, and then when that 24-hour period ended, I want to say he made maybe a little bit over $100, because there was a certain point where he wasn't getting any orders. He wasn't getting any passengers or whatever. And he tried to do that. And I was like, dang, you did that experiment for all day? Because there was one point where, the time frames, that peak time, people order food, and then certain time in the evening, you may get those McDonald's orders and stuff, and then McDonald's close at midnight. They say 24 hours, but they're not. We stop. We don't open up until 4 o'clock. So why you say you 24 hours? Well, we have to at the computer. They all trying to make the computer as a reason. So why y'all in the store? Y'all ain't doing nothing. Y'all ain't cleaning. Why you in McDonald's overnight and you're not taking orders between 1 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock? Ain't nobody cooking nothing. Ain't nobody cleaning nothing. You can look in the window. Ain't nobody doing nothing. But you got that. They always try to make some dumb excuse. I remember I was doing that mess. I would turn the Uber Eats app on, and I'll get an order. I said, "Oh man, somebody ordered Uber Eats," and I'll go right up to that McDonald's on 124. Get there. I said, "This lady ordered breakfast or whatever," and I come to pick up the food, and they ain't have it ready, and they talk about they 24 hours. This before COVID, way before COVID, and I'll call a lady up, and they was waiting for hours to get their order and their food. And I had to call Uber to cancel it. I said, "Somebody gonna pay me, because you had me all out of my bed driving to McDonald's picking up food, and y'all ain't got it. They have to pay me too." The lady didn't get her food. I'll never forget that. But I used to do those little marathon runs, but I never did no 24 hours. I know I didn't do that. I would get up early in the morning. There was Instacart and all those apps and stuff. I would get up at 4 or 5 o'clock, start my day, and I would get home at midnight. And I made over $100 something. I used to keep my records too. I need to go back on my Google and keep track of all my statements and stuff. I'll be curious to look back at that one day. Look back at my numbers and stuff and be like, "Oh, this was the day." So it was interesting. I could tell you that it was interesting. I got that's when my channel grew from 3 to 4 people, because it was years ago I did YouTube. And then after that, when I started talking about my adventures and I guess people say complaining, because they were like, "You be complaining," but I say it was not complaining. I was telling you my experience, my story. Just because it's not no feel good, "Oh, it's so positive. Oh, it's so great." Everybody want to hear. Anybody could make up that story and say that. "Ooh, I ain't that," but I'm telling y'all the truth, the things that people don't want to talk about. You know, all those people who was talking about all their money and stuff, they were doing it just to try to get some referrals, and that's it. You know, making up stories. Nope. Y'all better tell the truth. That's exactly what people are doing. They want to hear this little feel good story and stuff, and it ain't really true. I made my money. Why should why? What my money that I made gonna do anything on anybody else? When I knew that that was more of a disservice doing referrals and stuff. You can share the experiences with people and things like that. But I'll tell the stories that with the Lenox Mall, going to the mall and people with the booty shorts on, and it was a dude, and people be with looking all crazy and stuff. I'll be sharing those funny stories and funny incidents that happen. You know, those are the stories. And I didn't edit no video. Mine was a vlog. It was just my little journey. I said, and tell y'all what happened and say, oh, I went, because those are the things, reality TV of Lady T driving and food deliveries and everything else. Ain't that much to talk about with survey. I just go to the stores, do my little merchandising stuff, make my little income, and that's it. But those DoorDash and all those other gig work from 4 or 5 years ago, those were the stories. Those were the stories to tell. But everybody got a different angle. Everybody got a different way they want to go about this, telling their journey and their experiences. But some people were just as fake as you want to be when it came to being on YouTube. They always be trying to get something out of people. I'm gonna start a nonprofit organization, and I may need some help. They be begging, dry begging. And then I was like, they be doing some scammy stuff. But I could read people, and I'd be like, nope, something ain't right about this particular um thing or journey they trying to do. So, but to each their own. To each their own. Trust me, because I be coming across some foolishness, and I ain't the one. I'm not the one. All right, I've been on here 4 hours, and I know that I'm not trying to use up all 20 hours of my live stream because I ain't got that. I got that free version, so I only get 20 hours a month. So I know my month started over again a couple of days ago. That's why I'm not on YouTube Live, because one, I didn't want to show my face. But anyways, I've been on here for 4 hours. It's 2:50. What? 2:51. It's time for me to go to bed. And who's 6 people still up looking other than De Jour, probably Dorian, D Nuts, because you in California, so it's not like you're gonna be out too far. Who else is on here? Y'all gonna say anything before I go? Because this time I'm leaving. So whoever's in here, just say hello, say hi. Sally, you still awake or you went to bed? At least say good night. Y'all can at least say good night, not just be listening to me the whole time. You could say good night, put G in or something. I'm gonna give y'all a few minutes so that way I give y'all a chance to say good night. And I'm gonna say good night. So y'all got 2 minutes. When it hits 4:06 live, I'm getting off. I already drank my 2 cups of water. I already took mine. Diabetes medicine and the gliptine. So I only got one more night before I be on here. And then after that, Saturday night, y'all don't see me. That means I went on back to work. Good thing is that's the last day of the work week, being on a Saturday. So at least I just have to endure all of Saturday unless I come to work and they say they ain't got no work, and then they send people home early. So I don't know if that's gonna. I don't know if that's been going on, because I don't know what the delivery things look like. So all right, y'all got a few more minutes. Anybody on here that want to say good night to me? At least say good night. You ain't gotta talk and have long conversations, but at least say bye. It's not good to lurk in the background and don't say nothing. Now, some people I already know. I know they schedule, so I know they working. So I expect that from certain people. Because I can't think of six people who normally. Let me see. DeJoy, Dorian, me, Erica, three. There's only three people I know for sure that's not gonna be on and say something because they probably. But everybody else, where y'all at? DeJoy, I know you be working, so you don't really can't stop and be texting. So I understand that. Dorian, same thing. Erica, maybe, because I know you laying down sleeping if you still up and kept it on. Some of y'all like to keep the thing going, but then fall asleep and then don't. Then all right, time to go. Y'all have a good night. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow night. That'll be the last night until I come back, probably Sunday or Monday. So tomorrow night I'll be on. Well, tonight because it's already Friday. So I'll be on tomorrow because I don't. And then Saturday evening I'll be making my way on back to work. And then I'll be off Sunday morning. And then I'll have to rest because, when you work 12 hours, that's when I spend most of my days resting, especially when I come home Sunday morning because people, they got a habit of wanting to cut the grass and do all kind of stuff. And I really don't get a good night's sleep because I hear all that noise. So, anywho, it's been long. It's been an interesting chat. But all those thumbs down, whatever. It ain't like I'm getting monetized because of it. So, and like I said, whether you thumbs up, thumbs down, don't, you will get the middle finger from me if you even try to be a troll and an ass. So, all right. Y'all ain't saying nothing. So, y'all have a good night. Talk to y'all later.